Chapter 22:42. The clouds were thick and the gods had descended. Their divine might was vast. A huge pressure pressed down on him. It was as if he was in a temple. When he looked back, even the door had disappeared. There were clouds and mist everywhere, and the people on the clouds and mist were getting clearer and clearer. At first, Long Chen was really scared, but when he sobered up and carefully looked at these people with his aura, he found that this so-called divine might was not that scary. At most, it was just a bit scarier than the previous Rainbow Palace. If they were real gods, 72 gods standing here, how scary would that be? When Long Qinglan was at his strongest, he hadn't even become a god. That was already enough to shock the entire eternal god domain. Therefore, the ones in front of him were definitely not real gods. Also, this place was called God Statue Palace. The entire White Bone God Palace was still very long, and there would definitely be many more palaces. This was just the second palace, so how could all the gods appear? So, he felt that it was impossible. Thirdly, after a round of careful observation, he discovered that the 72 people above the clouds were actually similar to the silver-robed and golden-armored warriors he had seen in the Rainbow Palace. They were all lifeless puppets, or rather, divine statues. Now that Long Chen had awakened his flame of life, he was even more familiar with these things. They didn't have life. So there was nothing to fear. But even if they were statues, they were too lifelike. Almost all of them seemed to be observing him. That feeling would still make one's hair stand on end. When the initial fear and worry passed, they still didn't move. Long Chen started to observe them. At the start, his gaze naturally fell on the god in the center. Long Chen had seen this person before on Mount Emperor June. It was the statue of the top ancient god Di Jun. He wore cloth and looked very ordinary. In the crowd, he didn't stand out at all. But in reality, he was a natural emperor. Long Chen had seen his other appearance. It was extremely handsome and domineering. He believed that was his true appearance. Now, this Di Jun statue was also looking at him. Although it was a statue, it looked no different from a human. It was made of flesh and blood, just that it didn't move. On the other hand, the statue on Mount Di Jun should have been carved out of rock. The two were not the same concept. Other than Di Jun, there were other deities who were dressed up. Basically, they were all graceful and magnificent, extremely domineering, possessing true divine might. Some controlled lightning snakes, some rode divine dragons, some embraced the moon, some were like giants and so on. Other than Di Jun, there was also the primordial giant god, Heavenly Emperor Zi Wei, Eastern Monarch Tai Yi, God King Qing Su, and the more ordinary heavenly fire divinity, mystic ice goddess, radiant god, hell demon god and so on. The 72 primordial gods of the human race appeared clearly in front of Long Chen. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't real. Otherwise, he would really be dead this time. Now, they were still above the clouds. Long Chen couldn't help but wonder why 72 statues of primordial gods had appeared here. After calming down, he was about to go up and take a look. At this moment, he recalled the sense of danger he felt when he first entered. Although it was a statue in front of him, that sense of danger didn't seem to have disappeared. Long Chen thought of the silver-robed warrior in golden armor. At this time, a cold snort sounded like thunder. It was deafening, and for a moment, it scared Long Chen. Who dares to barge into my race's heavenly palace? This voice came from one of the 72 statues above. When Long Chen's gaze swept over them, one of the statues actually moved. It felt similar to the silver-robed warrior in golden armor. Although it wasn't a real deity, and Long Chen naturally didn't know where those deities had gone, the appearance of this fellow in front of him might resolve his doubts. Of course, it would also bring him greater danger. The one who suddenly moved was a god statue dressed in golden armor. His entire body was overflowing with brilliant colors, and his entire body seemed to be cast from gold. Even his skin was faintly golden. He held a golden halberd in his hand, with 3 points and 2 blades. When he woke up, boundless light erupted from his body. His gaze was like a blazing fire, filled with boundless battle intent. With one look, one could tell that he was an expert who was obsessed with martial arts. Mortal, how dare you barge into my heavenly palace? Dang! That golden warrior jumped down from the clouds and attacked in a grandiose manner. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the ground, causing the entire deity statue palace to rumble. What made Long Chen slightly relieved was that the statues in the clouds did not seem to come alive like this deity in front of him. There were many deities that Long Chen had not seen before, so he wasn't sure which deity in front of him was from. Even so, the other party gave him an extremely terrifying killing intent. It was definitely countless times stronger than that of the silver-robed warrior in golden armor. Now, Long Chen was facing him in the deity statue palace. The other party's divine eyes shone brightly, and his entire body was shining with a supreme radiance. The golden halberd in his hand pointed at Long Chen and shouted like thunder, "I am the martial deity's mortal body. Guard the deity statue palace. Thou shalt commit suicide. If I make a move, I will definitely destroy your 3 souls and 7 spirits, and you will never be able to reincarnate." Of course, he couldn't commit suicide. It was difficult to even transform into a divine dragon and fight here. After all, the space was not big. He held the god-slaying sword with one hand. Currently, the god-slaying sword had over 500 Dao patterns, which was just right for him to use. The moment Long Chen took out his weapon, the martial deity was enraged. The so-called martial deity probably had a deep relationship with Long Chen. Among them, the true martial emperor palace was related to the martial god ancient city. And weren't the ancestors of the martial god ancient city the 18 martial gods? In other words, the martial deity? Unexpectedly, it was him. Then what was the so-called mortal realm's physical body? Who knows what you are? What is the mortal body? If you tell me, I will believe you and definitely commit suicide. The thing in front of him was basically lifeless. Of course, it shouldn't have much intelligence, so Long Chen wanted to get something out of it at this critical moment. However, the other party shouted angrily, "Damn it, how dare you make fun of me?" At this moment, the martial deity's power suddenly erupted. Long Chen could clearly see the complete world tree, the heart of law, and even the 1 billion celestial palaces that only real deities could possess. Inside it, 1 billion lives lived. Of course, it was just a flash. Bang! The martial deity was the pinnacle of martial arts. He was an expert in close combat. Now that he was attacking with a golden halberd, his moves seemed simple, but they contained thousands of variations and infinite power. As he attacked, the wind and clouds around him surged, instantly suppressing Long Chen within his weapon. Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to execute the slaughter sword art that he had not used for a long time. Now he could even execute 3,000 strikes. With his current power, the slaughter sword art's profoundness was all about speed. Faster and faster, the attacks became fiercer and fiercer. In just an instant, he had exchanged over 1,000 blows with the divine spirit of martialism. He could sense that the power of the divine spirit of martialism wasn't that great, and was about the same as City Lord Di Jun's. More importantly, the divine spirit of martialism was able to unleash a truly profound might of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps it was the laws. The martial Tao's rule. From the martial Tao to the heavenly Tao and finally the rule. The rule was the most profound power of the world. It was almost like the ruler of the world, controlling one of the rules of the world. 2,000 strikes. The sword chi around Long Chen's soared into the sky. The slaughter-devouring sword chi exploded and bombarded the martial deity's body. The 2,000 strikes that surpassed the limit unleashed a terrifying power never seen before in the slaughter sword art. The fierce strike pierced through the martial deity like an arrow. Bang! At that moment, the divine spirit of martialism calmly swiped his hand across the golden halberd. A series of abstruse words appeared on the golden halberd. The words contained the might of the heavens and earth, as if the entire world was trembling with his every move. Every word contained the power of destruction and the power of the supreme laws. The golden halberd clashed with Long Chen's god-slaying sword. Long Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, during the clash, the explosive power of the god-slaying sword sent the martial deity flying. The martial deity even rolled a few times on the ground. This meant that the martial deity before him wasn't a real deity. However, he was able to use some supreme power. For example, during the clash, Long Chen had clearly forced the martial deity back. However, an indescribable force suddenly acted on his body, rendering him unable to resist. At that moment, even Little Skeleton cried out in pain, as though the god-slaying sword was on the verge of breaking. Meanwhile, Long Chen was in an even worse state. Cracks of various sizes suddenly appeared on his body, as though his entire body was about to break apart. If that happened, he would undoubtedly die. Even his head was broken. The feeling was undoubtedly excruciating. At the same time, it also frightened Long Chen. He deeply understood that this was most likely the power of a deity, the power of the rule. Under the rule. His body was on the verge of breaking apart when the martial deity uttered the word break. Just as his body was about to break apart, at the critical moment, Long Chen transferred the flame of life to his own body. At that moment, his entire body was burning with emerald flames. A tremendous amount of life force flowed through his body and suppressed the attack of the rule of martial arts in a very short period of time. In fact, ordinary theurgies couldn't possibly block the attack of the rule of martial arts. In the martial deity's opinion, Long Chen would definitely die. However, in reality, the theurgies that Long Chen had executed were the ancestral dragon's theurgies. Although they were only in their embryonic form, they were fundamentally superior to the rules of the gods. There were two types of rules. One was the rules controlled by the deities. Some were strong, while others were weak. The other was the fundamental rules of the entire world, such as destiny and the birth of life. The flame of life was currently only a theurgy. However, in the future it would definitely grow into a supreme fundamental rule. Chapter 2243. Fortunately, there was the fire of life in the Rainbow Palace. Otherwise, Long Chen would have to use Origin of Dream to recover. There was a limit to Origin of Dream. The more serious the injury, the more energy it would take to reverse time to recover. However, the fire of life. It was the bestowal of life. On the path of recovery, the power of life was much more perfect than time reversal. Furthermore, the power of time was varied. It was the fire of life, the power of the laws of martial arts that could easily dispel formless attacks. Perhaps even the divine spirit of martial arts didn't know about this. He quickly got up. His eyes were filled with doubt, but at the same time, he became furious and brutal. The battle between the two began again. This time, although the divine spirit of martial arts repeatedly unleashed the power of laws, Long Chen was able to deal with it with ease. However, what he didn't know was that while he was fighting the divine spirit of martial arts, there was a pair of eyes watching the scene in the Palace of Divinity in astonishment. As the divine spirit of martial arts fought, Long Chen gradually understood his opponent's strength. At this moment, the Sword of Massacre had reached a terrifying level of around 3,000 swords. At this level, its power was extremely terrifying. Therefore, Long Chen was basically suppressing his opponent. In fact, he was suppressing him more and more. The divine spirit of martial arts couldn't help but yell angrily, "How audacious of you to avoid judgment. If this goes on, you will die miserably." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to his words. His opponent was undoubtedly very dangerous. After gaining the upper hand, he couldn't help but use his killing move. Eye of Hell. It had been a long time since he used this move. He wondered if it would affect the divine spirit of martial arts' physical body in the mortal realm. Even Long Chen couldn't see the pair of green eyes that seemed to be shrouded in mist. However, the divine spirit of martial arts seemed to be able to see them. The power of the Eye of Hell lay in awe. It was a powerful mental awe, or perhaps even more mysterious. Therefore, when Long Chen used this move against the divine spirit of martial arts, he actually succeeded. Even the martial spirit almost dropped the golden halberd in his hand. At that moment, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He condensed golden light in his left hand and transformed it into the dragon-enslaved bow. In his right hand, he condensed the dragon-enslaved arrow. The two Dao artifacts with 700 Dao patterns instantly combined. While the Eye of Hell was in effect, Long Chen didn't hesitate at all. You shot out the sword in his hand. It exploded. This was also a type of rule. The dragon-imprisoning arrow instantly pierced through the divine spirit of martialism. Then it exploded. The explosion contained a terrifying destructive power, causing the divine spirit of martialism to panic and explode. With a groan, the divine spirit of martialism shattered into pieces before Long Chen's eyes. The fragment turned into countless golden grains of sand that spread into the sky. In the end, it rushed back into the clouds and stood together with the other 71 ancient gods. In a very short period of time, the ancient gods once again took on the appearance of the martial spirit. Long Chen thought he would have to continue fighting endlessly. Then, he let out a sigh of relief and realized that the divine spirit of martialism had stopped moving. Even if it did not move now, he didn't know if it would move later and attack again. The Palace of Divinity was an extremely dangerous place. It was better for him to leave this place as soon as possible. Just as he was about to leave this place, he didn't expect someone to walk in from the outside. To him, it was impossible for anyone else to appear in the White Bones' divine palace, or the battlefield of the gods. But now, this person was standing in front of him coldly and excitedly. His eyes were fixed on Long Chen. His eyes were filled with cruel excitement. He was so excited that he seemed to have gone crazy. This person had snow-white hair and wore a silver robe with rolling dragons. He was City Lord Di Jun, Di Yao. Long Chen had just fought against him twice, so he was very familiar with him. Previously, it was Long Chen who had defeated him and borrowed the divine vessel Di Jun. But no matter how imaginative he was, he didn't expect this person to come here. So the moment he saw him, Long Chen thought he had seen the wrong person. After taking a closer look, there was no mistake. It was him. That bone-chilling hatred was not something that could be faked. Originally, he wanted to escape, but since the other party was blocking the door, Long Chen temporarily lost the opportunity. He was very curious about why this guy was so agitated. You must be wondering how I came here. That's right, there is only one divine vessel. Di Jun, Di Yao blocked the door. He was not in a hurry to enter because he knew that Long Chen wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. At this point, he temporarily concealed the anger on his face. Instead, he looked at the statues above the clouds with a fanatical expression and sighed with emotion. How magnificent! I, Di Jun, led the 72 ancient gods with monstrous power. Is this their true grave? I'm Di Jun. Di Yao is fortunate to be able to see such a scene in this life. I have no regrets even if I die. Obviously, when he came here and saw that this was not the battlefield of the gods, but the White Bone Divine Palace, he was also very surprised. However, he was too immersed in it. He had worshipped Di Jun his entire life, so of course, he had absolute trust in him. Therefore, even if it was such a scene, he still believed it. Especially when he saw the 72 lifelike statues in the clouds, or rather, the mortal realm bodies of the gods. If we don't leave now when they come back to life, we will all die here. Long Chen reminded him. He didn't know the purpose of City Lord Di Jun's visit, but he knew that it was best to leave this place. Yes. City Lord Di Jun seemed to have heard a joke. He said, "What a joke. My divine vessel Di Jun is the descendant of God Di Jun, and I am the strongest among his descendants. How can he kill me? All the ancient gods here will listen to him. It's you. Do you still not understand the real purpose of me coming to the battlefield of the gods?" Long Chen became vigilant and asked, "Could it be that you want to follow and kill me?" "That's right." City Lord Di Jun's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light. This was not like his usual calm self. He was crazy, as if he had been suppressing it for a long time. He covered his chest and said mournfully, "You don't know how much I hate you. That's my baby. I protected him since he was young. I took care of him as he grew up, taught him everything, and was willing to give him everything I had. But you actually took everything away from him. From that day onwards, I wanted to kill you. But you were too shrewd, and also too heaven-defying. Now, you've even defeated me and taken everything away from me. Now, you even defeated me and completely deprived me of my chance." He couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were slightly red as he said, "Fortunately, the heavens have given me another chance." Long Chen couldn't help but think, "This is the plan. When he knew that I'm coming to the battlefield of the gods, he was already prepared to use other methods to follow me. But he knew that he was no match for me, yet he still followed me. Why is he so proud at this time?" Di Jun Divine City was the #1 divine city, and he was the #1 city lord of the ancient city. This was the battlefield of the gods, the territory of his ancestor, Di Jun. Could it be that he could obtain some unexpected power here? No matter what, there was another crisis at this time, and it was an unexpected crisis. He had to be careful, so at this time, he was already prepared to fight. Although he had defeated Di Jun once, he had to admit that he was indeed very tyrannical. In the past, Long Chen relied on the fusion of 2 Dao treasures to defeat him. Today is the day you die. There must be many things you don't understand, but I won't tell you. You only need to know that I can't kill you outside, but if you die in the battlefield of the gods, no one will know. If it was outside, it was impossible for Long Chen to die. Now, 15 dragon emperors were obviously protecting him. Since that's the case, let's cut the crap. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at him. At the same time, he stared at the 72 statues on the clouds. To him, there was danger on both sides. City Lord Di Jun didn't panic. In his right hand, the divine sword Ruoxi appeared again. It was like the feather of a phoenix. 700 Dao patterns burned fiercely. It was extremely beautiful. In his left hand was the endless roulette. The everlasting roulette didn't collapse. Only one attack was neutralized by Long Chen. On the everlasting roulette, tens of thousands of crystal balls were rotating. Each crystal ball contained a world. The power of space and fire swept over. The only things in Long Chen's hand were the dragon imprisoning bow and dragon imprisoning arrow. He retreated and stood far away. He narrowed his eyes and looked at City Lord Di Jun. Although he had won once, he wouldn't let his guard down since his opponent was so confident. The two of them only confronted each other for a short period of time before they started fighting. This time, it was even more intense than the battle between Long Chen and the god of martialism. City Lord Di Jun finally grasped this opportunity. Naturally, he went crazy. Sword engulfs God Kong. He used his killer move right from the start. He engulfed God Kong with a single sword. The entire god statue palace was enveloped in his sword light. He wasn't afraid of touching the statues. His attacks were extremely ferocious. It could be said that he was fighting with his life on the line. Long Chen aimed at the Ruoxi sword with 700 Dao patterns. He let go of the arrow. The dragon imprisoning arrow turned into a dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The golden light clawed at the Ruoxi sword. The intense shock sent City Lord Di Jun and the Ruoxi sword flying. At the same time, Long Chen heard a cry of pain from the Ruoxi sword. It was Di Yao's wife. He didn't know why she had become the Dao spirit of the Ruoxi sword. You aren't my match. Why do you force yourself? I've already said that the matter with Diyu is over. If you continue to be stubborn, you will bring disaster upon yourself. Long Chen naturally didn't regret killing Diyu. However, he was the grandson that Diyu loved dearly. Diyu's actions were pardonable. Hence, Long Chen was forgiving. However, Diyu was clearly different from what he thought. Chapter 2244. This time, City Lord Di Jun was looking forward to it. There seemed to be something hidden under the Wuji wheel. Who knew what was in the countless crystal worlds? But for Long Chen, this was nothing more than City Lord Di Jun using the same thing twice. In this way, the dragon prisoner arrow had returned to his hand. Seeing the Wuji roulette turning into many macro worlds and shooting towards him, he concentrated and exhaled. The dragon prisoner arrow was pointed at the Wuji wheel was instantly released. Both were in the nick of time. The enslaved dragon arrow turned into a golden ray of light and instantly collided with the Wuji wheel that had manifested a great world. They were both Dao artifacts with 700 Dao patterns. City Lord Di Jun's life god power was slightly more terrifying, but Long Chen's 4 divisions reincarnation land had absorbed the power of the earth veins. So, in terms of Dao artifacts, Long Chen had an advantage because he used 2 Dao artifacts to attack together. Ding! The dragon prisoner arrow showed its might again and nearly shattered the Wuji wheel. Tens of thousands of crystal balls turned into countless crystal shards in front of Long Chen's eyes. They rained down endlessly. The power of the dragon prisoner arrow simply pierced through the Wuji wheel. Long Qinglan was famous for using the dragon prisoner bow to kill an expert with a demigod body. Now, Long Chen could do the same. He used his actions to prove that with Li Xuanji's help and the power of the Yin demons, City Lord Di Jun was no match for him. Of course, without the power of the Yin demons, he might not have been able to do it. Even drawing the dragon-enslaved bow was a problem. The reason why he could improve by leaps and bounds during this period of time was because of 2 reasons. One was Li Xuanji's help, and the other was that he had broken through to the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. The Wuji wheel exploded and the crystal shone brilliantly. However, City Lord Di Jun wasn't frustrated or sad. Instead, he was excited and expectant. There's a problem. Long Chen sensed it. At first, he thought that the martial deity from before had appeared again, so he focused his attention on the clouds. However, he soon discovered that it was not the case. The 72 primordial deities were still motionless. So what would it be? He was very puzzled. If City Lord Di Jun would come to deal with him, he must be confident. However, now that the infinite roulette had shattered into pieces, it would be difficult for him to reform it. What was he relying on? Then, in that instant, Long Chen felt his hair stand on end. He realized that there seemed to be something on his neck, and even on his arms and body. When he looked down, he realized that there were actually quite a few black spots of light attached to his body. They must have come out from the world of the Wuji roulette, and then followed those fragments. It descended, hid, and finally floated up to him. This scene reminded him of how he had allowed the Black Yama beast to invade his body. At that time, he didn't understand at all. Today he understood. It must be the larvae of the Black Yama beast. They were extremely small, just like the black spots of light in front of him. In that instant, Long Chen hurriedly covered his body with the spiritual refining fire. The blood-red flames instantly caused a large number of black spots of light to disappear. However, he realized it a little too late. One of the spots of light on his arm expanded rapidly and turned into a reptile as thick as an arm. It was very similar to a goo, but it had flesh wings and teeth that were as hard as a shark's. Instantly, there were extremely thick holes, like the mouth of a leech. It was extremely ugly. It was indeed a creepy thing. Even the spiritual refining fire couldn't burn it to death. The dragon-enslaved bow in Long Chen's hand turned into a golden spear and stabbed towards the thing in front of him. At this moment, he was already sure that City Lord Di Jun must have been in contact with the Black Yama Emperor. This thing obviously came from the Black Yama Emperor. However, City Lord Di Jun could be so at ease because he knew that this thing was terrifying. Just as Long Chen was dealing with the thing on his body, City Lord Di Jun smiled sinisterly. He used the Heaven and Earth Instant Flash and appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant. He used the Heaven and Earth Reversal to block Long Chen's dragon-enslaved arrow. It was crooked. Next, he used Ruaxi's sword principle and used the flaming sword light to draw countless patterns that surrounded Long Chen. Thousands of sword light shot out furiously, causing a huge impact on Long Chen. After failing to do anything to that thing once or twice, a terrifying suction suddenly acted on his body. This worm was actually devouring Long Chen's power. It was not the power of the Four Symbols reincarnation, nor was it the divine power of Taisher, but the power of the Yin demon that belonged to Li Xuanji. In this devouring, Li Xuanji was greatly affected. Compared to the real power in Long Chen's body, there was still a gap. In this way, it was as if Li Xuanji was being pulled out of Long Chen's body by the worm. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Haha, the Yin devouring worm will disintegrate your power. Don't think that I don't know that if it wasn't for that girl, you would be so powerful. City Lord Di Jun was already laughing out loud in the process of blocking them. This worm had steel teeth, flesh wings, and many holes. It was called the Yin devouring worm. This was obviously not something that originally existed in the dragon sacrificial continent because no one had heard of it. It must have come from the Black Hell Emperor, and its ability was very obvious. It could devour the power of extreme Yin. To the current Long Chen, it could simply suck Li Xuanji out of Long Chen's body. It was not simply, but reality. Since the Black Hell Emperor had given this Yin devouring worm to City Lord Di Jun, it was definitely because it would definitely be effective against Long Chen. Moreover, with a martial artist of City Lord Di Jun's level affecting Long Chen in this chaos, the Yin devouring worm would only need 1 or 2 breaths of time. It would succeed. Countless suction forces erupted from the countless holes, forcefully pulling Li Xuanji's power and herself out of Long Chen's body. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Long Chen would definitely find it unbelievable. Of course, it was also unbelievable that Li Xuanji could become his Yin demon. At this critical moment, the two of them separated, and the Yin devouring worm attached itself to Li Xuanji's back, pulling her away. Sword devouring God's space. City Lord Di Jun took advantage of this opportunity and swung his sword once again, swinging the entire god statue palace. The Ruaxi sword swept out in all directions, turning into a godly devouring sword, devouring space, and pressing towards Long Chen. After losing the power of the Yin demon, Long Chen's combat strength instantly dropped by a lot. Under such pressure, he was completely at a disadvantage, causing Li Xuanji to be completely out of his control, allowing City Lord Di Jun to condense the Wuji wheel to trap her. Success! City Lord Di Jun laughed maniacally. With the help of the Black Hell Emperor, he had finally waited for this moment. He trembled as he used the Wuji wheel to control Li Xuanji. At the same time, he used the godly devouring sword. A sword charged into the sky, and Long Chen was only able to pull the dragon enslavement bow halfway before he was sent flying. Half of his body was nearly destroyed by the godly devouring sword. But even so, it caused a huge shockwave. When Long Chen regained his footing and everything stopped, City Lord Di Jun was already smiling coldly. He stood in front of him with a crystal ball in his hand. Li Xuanji was within it, and even behind her, the devouring worm was still there, swallowing her. The power in her body brought her extreme pain. This scene caused Long Chen's eyes to turn red. To be honest, he really did not expect it to be like this. He was able to fuse with Li Xuanji. How would he have thought that there would be something like the devouring worm that could separate them? Even if he suspected that City Lord Di Jun would have a backup plan from the beginning, he was forced to fall for it, because this was the strange plot of the Black Hell Emperor. Now, City Lord Di Jun controlled Li Xuanji, and Long Chen's strength had weakened. Everything was under his control. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, and even laughed until tears came out. He cried, It's finally time for me to give you an explanation. When Long Chen saw Li Xuanji, he was stunned. Don't worry, I might not lose to this disgusting thing. At this moment, Li Xuanji's voice rang in Long Chen's heart. Their hearts were connected, even if they were separated by a whole world. This sentence pulled Long Chen back from the despair. To be honest, anyone would lose, and Long Chen was no exception. He had encountered a huge crisis in the Eternal Dragon City's Sea of Time, let alone now. Fortunately, Li Xuanji was not a simple woman, and she would not be trouble for Long Chen. Just like now, she was also fighting with the devouring worm. Protect yourself first, I can rest assured. Give me 15 minutes, and I will be able to deal with this thing. If it wasn't for the fact that the shadow-swallowing insect could devour energy, it wouldn't pose a threat to Long Chen at all, especially those who didn't have energy at all. However, Long Chen had unfortunately fallen for it this time. Fortunately, Li Xuanji could deal with it. He was completely relieved, and anger made him burn with anger. Originally, he did not plan to do anything to City Lord Di Jun, but now, he really had the idea of killing him, and it was very strong. Long Chen, you still haven't seen the reality clearly. As long as I pinch gently, your woman will be crushed. Moreover, if this goes on, the devouring worm will make her lose her power sooner or later. I think this process should take less than half an hour. Haha, what will happen after half an hour? Then, she will have nothing and become a useless person. City Lord Di Jun had now won a great victory. Not only did he weaken Long Chen's power, but he also controlled Long Chen's weakness. He naturally understood that this woman was very important to Long Chen. He understood the love of youth, just like how he treated Ruashi. That was the most fatal. He held the most fatal weapon for Long Chen. He suddenly felt enlightened, and all the gloom and suppression broke out. He held the Ruashi sword, walked towards Long Chen step by step, and said, You have to be obedient, and you can't move. You only have one choice, and that is to die in front of me within half an hour. I can keep my promise, let her live, and take her away from here. Chapter 22:45. From time to time, flaming phoenixes would fly out from the Ruashi sword and circle in front of Long Chen. The terrifying heat wave almost hit Long Chen in the face. City Lord Di Jun held a small crystal ball in his other hand. It was a small part of the Wuji roulette. Now, Li Xuanji was in the crystal ball. Her face was pale and she was frowning. She sat on the ground and trembled slightly. The devourer worm on her body was like a deadly poison. It attached itself to her body and grew stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the fact that he could communicate with Li Xuanji in secret, he would have been scared out of his wits. Even though he had fallen into an absolute disadvantage and this crazy City Lord Di Jun found an opportunity, Long Chen was still very calm. He just had to look panicky. In the 15 minutes that Li Xuanji was free, he would have to pay a certain price. Do you understand what I said, Long Chen? City Lord Di Jun could not hide the excitement in his heart. He walked towards Long Chen step by step. Remember, don't move. You must. I will make her suffer. I believe that you love her. If you are a man, you should not let her suffer. City Lord Di Jun might be stronger than Long Chen now, but he also believed that Long Chen was not easy to deal with. Therefore he chose a safer method. Then are you a man? Long Chen had to stall for time and divert his attention. He was referring to the Ruashi sword. If City Lord Di Jun liked this Ruashi and could protect her, why would he let her live in the sword? Just like Long Chen, he fought to let Lingxi out. Of course, Lingxi was not a primordial spirit back in the dragon sacrificial continent. How dare you? City Lord Di Jun was a little angry. He held the Ruashi sword and displayed the Ruashi sword Dao. Suddenly, a monstrous sword light attacked. Flames instantly surrounded Long Chen. The murderous intent pierced through the sky. This small statue palace could not stop it. Don't move, or I will crush it. Besides, she doesn't have much time left. Now that he had lost Li Xuanji, City Lord Di Jun understood that he would not lose to Long Chen as long as he worked hard. However, he wanted to kill Long Chen, so he used Li Xuanji to threaten him. Of course, if Long Chen did not accept the threat, he would kill her with great difficulty. At that time, even if Li Xuanji could fight against the swallowing worm, it would be useless. To be honest, if they could dodge, who would be willing to be slashed? However, City Lord Di Jun had already made up his mind. Once Long Chen resisted, he would use his full strength. He could tell from the look in Long Chen's eyes. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, the sharp sword light of the Ruashi sword swept across Long Chen's right arm. The violent scorching sun aura instantly tore Long Chen's arm apart, turned into ashes. If Long Chen were to use his flame of life, his arm would definitely recover quickly. However, he wanted to paralyze his opponent. Thus, he gave up on this opportunity. However, this meant that there would be terrible pain. However, he endured it. Even though his arm was broken, he still did not say a word. He did not even make a sound as he stared at City Lord Di Jun. You really have a backbone. Very affectionate, very unyielding. Just because of this, I promise to send her out after you die. Of course, I will erase this part of her memory. City Lord Di Jun smiled coldly. In the crystal ball in his hand, the woman with black hair as dark as the night looked at him in a daze. She could not help but shed tears. Perhaps this was something that had not appeared for a long time. Don't worry, I am just paralyzing him. When you defeat that worm, it will be fine. Work hard. Long Chen was afraid that she would think too much and quickly told her. Of course, he did not want this to happen. This was the pain of losing an arm. However, in order to survive the killing intent created by the Black Hell Emperor, he could only endure. Li Xuanji did not say much. She stretched out her white and slender fingers and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She was dealing with the swallowing worm. The swallowing worm seemed to be her natural enemy. But in fact, they were just competitors. It was not certain who would be able to compete with the other. However, Li Xuanji had her own fate. Long Chen imagined that she could do it. Fight to the death? City Lord Di Jun could not help but feel the hatred in his heart. He always wanted to kill Long Chen with his own hands and avenge his grandson. Now, he once again approached Long Chen and said, I will make it clear to you. Now that your strength is no longer as good as mine, I only want you to die, not her. I, Di Yao, have always been a man of my words. My enemy is you, not her. However, if you resist and you do not want to die, even if it is just once, I will not be able to resist and kill her first before killing you. Don't force me. You are a smart person. You must admit that you only have two choices now. The first is to die alone, and the second is to die together. You must make the right choice. After saying the last word, his whole body had already turned into flaming sand. That was the Yang God technique. His whole body was like steel and molten iron in a furnace, full of endless heat and violent killing intent. He held the Ruashin sword that looked like a phoenix feather in his hand and attacked again. This time, he gave a deep warning to Long Chen. While attacking, he placed the small crystal ball in his hand in front of his eyes, warning Long Chen not to attack at all. At this time, Li Xuanji could see everything clearly. Originally, she thought that it would be enough to hold on until she succeeded. However, if this went on, Long Chen would not be able to hold on until then. She watched helplessly as Long Chen was attacked without being able to fight back. It was a kind of heart-wrenching feeling, which made her feel extremely sad and painful. Quick! Block it! I am not afraid of death. She could not help but say in a sad tone in Long Chen's heart. The tears that she had just wiped away could not help but flow out again. But even so, Long Chen was still indifferent. Li Xuanji's heart was filled with great sorrow. She even trembled all over, and it was difficult for her to block the attack of the swallowing insect. She wanted to tell Long Chen that it was not worth it to do this for her. He should care about Lingxi and their child, and then live well for them. But in such a short time, she could not say it. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Naturally, Long Chen saw her. She was heartbroken, in pain, and blamed herself. But none of this could be blamed on her. She just came in to help. If it were not for her, Long Chen would not have been able to come here now. It was Long Chen who wanted to take risks and find out the truth. She was indeed a good girl. She was quiet and tranquil, but she had her own principles and persistence. Long Chen could not let her down. But did he lose today? No. Don't mess things up. I'm just waiting for you. He could only remind her by scolding her. Until the last moment, there was no true death. It was not considered a true victory or defeat. For example, City Lord Di Jun had once lost to Long Chen. Had he really lost? No, he was not dead yet. That was why his counterattack was so fierce. In the face of this attack, Long Chen could only block it appropriately. In the end, City Lord Di Jun still achieved his goal. The Ruoxia sword pierced through Long Chen's chest. The surging flame power burned his body, almost charring him and bringing him terrible pain. Long Chen gathered his strength to shake the Ruoxia sword back. He retreated in a sorry state and almost fell to the ground. But from the beginning to the end, there was no change in his eyes. He was still strong and unyielding. He did not say a word or even frown. Such great perseverance made City Lord Di Jun admire him very much. Not bad. I can see that you like this girl very much. At the same time, it shows that you, Long Chen, are the most terrifying and ambitious person in the world. If you don't die today, you will definitely change the fate of the world in the future. Although City Lord Di Jun was extremely hateful and ferocious, he had to admit that Long Chen was much better than Diyu. If Diyu was faced with such a difficult problem, he would definitely not fight back and resist. After all, City Lord Di Jun wanted his life. Of course, Li Xuanji saw that gaze. Firm, persistent, and without any change or wavering. This was Long Chen. Of course, the current harm was just a small matter to him. It's almost half-time. Don't drag me down. At this time, Long Chen could only scare her with a fierce attitude. Otherwise, she would not concentrate on what she should do. Of course, Li Xuanji was a smart person. Until now, she had deeply experienced the strength of Long Chen's resistance. Was there no third option? Yes, the opportunity was with her. The faster she was, the faster the third option would appear. Now, with tears in her eyes, she really tried her best to resist the swallowing worm. In this state, she finally displayed her potential. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was finally relieved. Now, he only needed to coax this old guy for a period of time. I suddenly want to see how much you love her. City Lord Di Jun was a person who believed in love. Therefore, under the situation where he absolutely suppressed Long Chen, he raised the crystal ball and said, "Break one of your legs for me to see. I will count to 3. After 3 counts, if you don't complete the task, she will die. Also, you better pay attention to the time. After half an hour, even if you are alive, she will be dead." From the beginning to the end, his tone was cold and calm, but it was very scary. 1. He began to count. Now, although Li Xuanji was crying in her heart, it would not affect her progress. As time passed, City Lord Di Jun's grip on the crystal ball became tighter and tighter. When he almost counted to 3, Long Chen's expression didn't change. According to City Lord Di Jun's request, Long Chen used his remaining arm to deal with his leg. To him, this seemed to be a trivial matter. Until now, City Lord Di Jun truly understood how terrifying this young man was. It wasn't just his potential and divine abilities, but also his willpower. That was what was truly indestructible. It seems that if I don't end your life quickly, I am really too afraid. So get ready. This time I will kill you. You better not resist. If you resist, you can live, but she will be dead. There are probably only a few such beautiful women in this world. Chapter 22:46. He might have really gone crazy from suppressing himself. In the outside world, he no longer had the ability to kill Long Chen. Now was the most important moment for him to take revenge for his efforts. It was also the only moment. He was very grateful to the Black Hell Emperor for giving him this opportunity. Back then, he had agreed to the Black Hell Emperor's request not because he was attracted by the strength of the Black Hell Emperor, but because he wanted to take revenge. It was the opportunity to take revenge that attracted him. Therefore, he had risked his life to come to the battlefield of the gods. He had also seen everything magical, but he didn't care. What he cared about was the traces of Long Chen. And now, victory was in his hands. To be honest, he really admired Long Chen. He didn't frown when he lost an arm. He didn't frown when his chest was pierced. He did the same when he was asked to break one of his legs. Therefore, City Lord Di Jun understood that he had already given up his life for her. He was indeed a born hero. This time, Ruashi's sword was pointed at Long Chen's head. If his primordial spirit was destroyed, he would definitely die. And what made him very satisfied was that Long Chen actually closed his eyes and waited for death. What City Lord Di Jun didn't see was that he had one hand behind his back. Then, he was holding a green flame. Although it was small, it was the flame of life. It could continuously give birth to endless vitality and would never be extinguished. The sword pierced through. It was swift and ruthless. This was City Lord Di Jun's sword Dao. Ruashi's sword Dao was a sword of emotion. It was poetic and picturesque, showing the love between the husband and wife. But now, this sword was ruthless to the extreme. At this moment, Long Chen could already feel the danger of death. This kind of danger had been close to him many times. He was waiting for Li Xuanji to succeed. She had never disappointed Long Chen before, and this time, she had even given him a pleasant surprise. Just as City Lord Di Jun was about to unleash his killing sword, the swallowing insect behind her let out a blood-curdling screech, and a black divine needle pierced through Li Xuanji's smooth back, piercing through the swallowing insect. That should not be Li Xuanji's own power, because this power was simply too great. Not only did it annihilate the swallowing insect, it even pierced through the crystal ball in City Lord Di Jun's hand. Of course, this was not the Wuji wheel. The limitless roulette had tens of thousands of layers. It had been broken by Long Chen just now. City Lord Di Jun had only condensed one layer. Of course, in his opinion, he could completely control Li Xuanji, who was subdued by the swallowing insect. He didn't expect that Li Xuanji also had miracles and secrets. When he discovered it, the divine needle had already pierced through the crystal ball, and suddenly shot towards his eyes. Its speed and strength were extremely heaven-defying. In any case, this was definitely not Li Xuanji's own strength, and now that City Lord Di Jun was killing Long Chen, he could only dodge, he could only stop. During this process, Li Xuanji had already come out of the crystal ball. Her only task was to return to Long Chen's side and return to his body. Only in that way could Long Chen have a tyrannical fighting strength. When he saw this scene, Long Chen already smiled. The fire of life began to burn in his body, causing his body to burst out with tyrannical vitality. In a short period of time, he recovered to his original state. After Li Xuanji avoided City Lord Di Jun with the black needle, she took the opportunity to hit Long Chen's body. There was no time to linger, no time to complain. She just wanted Long Chen to quickly have the power to defeat City Lord Di Jun, and then he would not be defeated, and he would not die. Instant reversal. It was extremely thrilling. But finally, a miracle happened. Under mutual trust and cooperation, this moment was ushered in. Even if it was any other two people, they might not be able to complete this cooperation and reversal. It was not that Long Chen was not angry and furious. Now that the other party had brought him a fatal killing intent, there was nothing to say. Now that the power of the devil had returned to his body, the only thing he thought of was naturally revenge. The dragon prisoner bow and dragon prisoner arrow instantly appeared in his hands. Under the surging power, the arrow instantly pointed at City Lord Di Jun. All of this happened in a critical moment. Long Chen could not bear it anymore. Perhaps for City Lord Di Jun, this was another huge blow. This blow made him lose all opportunities and return to the starting point. He even knew that his mind was a little muddled. Until he felt the terrible killing intent of Long Chen, he was really afraid. Last time, he was defeated by the dragon prisoner bow and dragon prisoner arrow. So at this moment of extreme shock, he thought of escaping. For him who had the heaven and earth flash, it was very easy to escape. He was very fast, but Long Chen's angry arrow was even faster. It was so close. In that instant, the dragon prisoner arrow of Long Chen turned into a golden light and shot out. It instantly pierced through the space and appeared in front of City Lord Di Jun. It looked like it was about to pierce through City Lord Di Jun's head. He was using the heaven and earth flash, but his speed was obviously not as fast as the dragon prisoner arrow. Ding! An extremely ear-piercing sound rang out. That sound was simply unimaginable. It was even accompanied by the scream of a woman. It was ear-piercing and vibrating. Gold and red collided, creating a large amount of sparks. Even the entire god statue palace was shaking. It was the Ruoxin sword that had left City Lord Di Jun's hand. When he used the heaven and earth flash, it took the initiative to block in front of him and save his life. However, without the support of City Lord Di Jun, the Ruoxin sword faced the joint attack of Long Chen's 2 Dao artifacts alone. Even City Lord Di Jun could not block it, let alone a Dao artifact. Under the explosive attribute of the dragon prisoner bow, the Ruoxin sword was almost pierced. There was even a hole in the middle. A large amount of Dao patterns disappeared, turning into dead patterns. The entire Ruoxin sword was almost ruined. Of course, as a sword Dao spirit, Ruoxin was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The power of the dragon prisoner arrow almost destroyed her. Her body instantly became illusory and even unclear. She was in extreme pain. Ruoxin. City Lord Di Jun was going crazy. He had just used the heaven and earth flash to escape, and then immediately returned. He did not expect the Ruoxin sword to resist for him. If not for her, he would not have been able to escape from that arrow. This was called the cycle of karma. He picked up the almost ruined Ruoxin sword from the ground with a miserable expression. He did not even have time to retaliate. At this time, Long Chen had already placed the dragon prisoner arrow on the dragon prisoner bow for the second time, ready to kill him. City Lord Di Jun looked at him with even more resentment. He used the spatial shift and heaven and earth flash to rush out of the god statue palace. He was proficient in spatial mystiques. In terms of escaping, even Long Chen would find it hard to catch up to him. What a pity! No matter what, he still hurried out of the god statue palace. But City Lord Di Jun disappeared in the blink of an eye. After such a long time, he still could not kill him. What a pity! This time, Long Chen was truly infuriated. He had wasted so much time in vain. However, City Lord Di Jun was still very strong. After all, he was an expert with a demigod body. He desperately wanted to escape. Long Chen was not much stronger than him. Long Chen relied more on the 2 Dao artifacts. Therefore it was normal that he could not kill him on the spot. In any case, his Dao artifact was destroyed. That Ruoxin sword. Although Dao spirit was his woman, since they hated each other, there was no other way. Long Chen thought that he could kill him. He did not expect that the Dao artifact would block him. For such a woman to be willing to die for him, it meant that City Lord Di Jun was very lucky. Looking at the vast White Bones divine palace, there were white bones everywhere. Now that he walked out of the second palace, there were still clouds in front of him. He did not know where City Lord Di Jun had gone. He was probably a time bomb that would appear at any time. He did not know if there were any morine-swallowing insects. Of course, next time, Long Chen would definitely not be careless and give the other party a chance to succeed. The White Bones divine palace was filled with endless mysteries waiting for him to uncover. Li Xuanji had taken human form in front of him. Her beautiful and peerless face was now right in front of Long Chen's eyes. This experience had proven many things. Most of the time, going through life and death together was not just a joke. Today was indeed very dangerous, but it also made their lives even more closely linked. You don't have to say anything more. Everything is worth it. I will not admit defeat so easily, unless I really die. Long Chen stretched out his hand and caressed her hair and temples as he said softly, I think I understand. If I have the chance to accompany you to the ends of the earth, I will try my best to adapt to these changes. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but the feeling of being wet made her even more beautiful. Long Chen could not help but laugh and said, Look, although it's a little dangerous, but at least I have won the beauty's heart, I have still profited. With a single sentence, the atmosphere became vulgar. Li Xuanji gave a moving smile. She shook her head helplessly and turned into a black cloud that revolved around Long Chen's body. Then, she gradually merged with his body, and the two of them merged into one. This feeling was even more complete than the other kind of fusion. It was beautiful, but it was not as cheerful and exciting. But it was obvious that Li Xuanji liked this kind of dreamy thing. After saying a few words, Long Chen clenched his fists and entered the Time Dragon. In this White Bones divine palace that was filled with danger, and with City Lord Di Jun causing trouble, it would not be easy to find the source of the truth. It seemed like this place would become more and more exciting. Next, there would definitely be even greater mysteries and doubts that would appear in front of him. It wasn't easy for him to come here, so he definitely couldn't go back with his tail between his legs. City Lord Di Jun was no longer a huge threat, but keeping him by his side was still a dangerous thing. Long Chen originally did not want to kill him, but now that there was already a blood feud, he had no choice but to fight. He couldn't help but continue to head deeper into the White Bones Divine Palace. He had a rough understanding of the Nine Colors Palace and the God Statue Palace, so what would be even more terrifying next? He continued to walk forward along the path, passing through countless skulls. On both sides were black-armored generals, and in the end, the clouds lingered in front of him, and another palace appeared. What was it this time? Long Chen walked forward and saw 3 words. Divine Rain? There were only 4 more left. Chapter 2247. Divine Spiritual Rain. It took Long Chen a lot of effort to remember these 3 words. It was the last time they came to the battlefield of the gods. All the young martial artists of the 72 divine descendants had to bathe in the divine spiritual rain. It was of great help to their cultivation. The only ones who didn't bathe in the divine spiritual rain were Long Chen and Li Xuanji. Long Chen didn't bathe in the divine spiritual rain because Li Xuanji told him so. Since ancient times, almost everyone in the 72 divine descendants had bathed in the divine spiritual rain. Of course, they had to be a disciple of the imperial clan, a direct descendant of a deity. The first was the Rainbow Palace, followed by the Divine Statue Palace. This was an even bigger palace with the words Divine Spiritual Rain written on it. Back then, Long Chen already felt that the divine spiritual rain was strange. However, Sumu Chen and the rest still bathed in it for a year. In that year, the golden rain entered their bodies, but there wasn't any movement, as if it had disappeared. The name of the Divine Spiritual Rain Palace also showed that this Divine Bone Palace was the battlefield of the gods. This time, Long Chen stood in front of this palace. To be honest, although the secret was right in front of him, he didn't really want to go in. From the first and second time, who knew what kind of danger was hidden in this place? Therefore, he had to think carefully before he acted. Don't you have the blood-weeping dragon souls? You can let them in to take a look. Li Xuanji's words reminded Long Chen. In fact, each blood-weeping dragon soul was considered a small identity for him. Moreover, it wasn't a problem to injure a few. Thinking of this, he summoned a few small blood-weeping dragon souls. The slaughter dragons circled around him a few times before flying inside. At the same time, Long Chen was vigilant of his surroundings to prevent City Lord Di Jun from attacking again. He could replace the slaughter dragon's vision and see the scene inside. When the slaughter dragon entered the Divine Spirit Rain Palace, Long Chen first saw a seemingly endless golden lake. It was as if gold had turned into liquid, but it wasn't as thick. Instead, it was very fresh, surging, and full of beauty. Although it was just a palace, there was definitely a lot of water in the golden lake. There might even be an abyss like the Rainbow Palace at the bottom. Under the contrast of this golden lake, the entire palace seemed to be bathed in a golden light, like a dream. On the surface of the golden lake, waves of steam rose like clouds. Within it were many tiny golden water droplets. They were extremely fine, basically no different from the divine rain. In other words, the god spirit rain came from this lake and formed? Long Chen guessed. He asked Li Xuanji, "Why didn't you let me bathe in the god spirit rain last time?" Li Xuanji said, "I don't know. My master told me to do so. She didn't give me a reason. I had very few chances to communicate with her. In fact, there were only a few times in total. I could only wait for her to find me. Otherwise, I think she would understand everything if I asked her. In fact, I did ask her for you, but she said that I can't know too much now." Oh, just as Li Xuanji finished speaking, Long Chen's attention fell on the Divine Spirit Rain Palace. Soon, he discovered a shocking scene. Beside the slaughter dragons, the rising water mist, which was the tiny golden raindrops, suddenly underwent a huge change. Although they were extremely tiny, Long Chen could still see the change. Each of the golden raindrops suddenly grew more than 8 silk-like legs, and they suddenly looked like spiders. Their sizes were not much different from the 9-colored mist, and there were tens of thousands of golden raindrops that had turned into golden spiders in a small area. In that instant, tens of thousands of tiny golden spiders rushed into the slaughter dragon's bodies and tore them into pieces. Their ability was beyond Long Chen's imagination. He couldn't help but tremble. This was just the power of a little mist, and there were already hundreds of thousands of golden spiders. Long Chen looked at the golden lake below and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If all the water turned into those tiny golden spiders, there would probably be trillions or even trillions. In any case, it would be countless times more than the population of the dragon sacrificial continent. The entire dragon sacrificial continent had trillions of lives at most. In fact, compared to the dragon sacrificial continent, perhaps an extremely tiny golden spider here would also turn into a colossus in that nearly collapsed world. Long Chen truly realized how terrifying this battlefield of the gods was. If I had gone in directly and fallen into this lake of divine spirit rain, I'm afraid that even if I reached the realm of the Dragon Emperor, I would still be smashed into pieces. Thinking up to here, Long Chen hurriedly took a few steps away from the divine spirit rain palace. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. If all the divine spirit rain can turn into those tiny golden spiders, this should be inevitable. If they leave the battlefield of the gods, it will definitely be a terrifying killing force. If they escape to the dragon sacrificial continent, it will be a catastrophe. Li Xuanji also said with some trepidation. Long Chen didn't dare to go in, but he could remember to discuss it with the 15 dragon emperors when the time comes. Right now, the 15 dragon emperors should be chasing after the Black Hell Emperor. This place was too dangerous. Long Chen planned to kill City Lord Di Jun and leave. Long Chen, have you thought about it? Li Xuanji asked with a heavy voice. Back then, they had all bathed in the divine spirit rain for a year. Even the countless martial artists in the ancient city of 72 divine descendants had bathed in the divine spirit rain. But if there was a problem with the divine spirit rain, they would have died long ago. Since they didn't die, doesn't it mean that the divine spirit rain is still hibernating in their bodies? It's very likely. After we go out, we must first find someone to study it. This is a very big discovery. If we tell the 15 dragon emperors, they should really pay attention to the battlefield of the gods. My father's decision back then wouldn't be wrong. From the divine sea ancient corpse to the white bone divine palace, to the 9-colored insects in the 9-colored palace and the 72 god statues in the god statue palace, everything in the mortal world is full of strangeness. There must be a huge problem in the battlefield of the gods. There was no need to enter the third palace. Long Chen said, let's find City Lord Di Jun first and finish him off. Then, prepare to leave this place. After the two of them decided, they passed the third palace and headed towards the depths. Just as they were moving forward, they didn't know that the fourth palace in the distance was currently undergoing a wonderful change. The fourth palace was shrouded in clouds and mist, like a ghost city. Gray mist filled the air, dancing on it like ghosts, letting out eerie laughter that made one's hair stand on end. Under the palace, hundreds of thousands of skulls were piled up, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. They had completely covered the surrounding roads and everything else. Even the generals on both sides of the road couldn't be seen. The first 3 palaces were all unlocked. As for the palace in front of him, the 500-meter-tall gate was tightly shut. There was a huge bronze lock at the entrance that was mottled and rotten. Only when a gentle breeze blew would countless ancient characters appear on the lock. They were like divine characters, and each character was like a person wielding a divine weapon. They stood guard within the lock, exuding a majestic divine might. On the gate, the densely packed skulls formed 3 big words. This time it was God Seal Palace. The fourth palace that was tightly locked was called God Seal Palace. The 3 words were bold and powerful. Compared to the other 3 palaces, it had a more terrifying majesty and aggressiveness, as well as a murderous aura. Beside the gate of the God Seal Palace, there was a black statue. This was a divine general wearing black armor that covered his entire body. Only his hands and face were exposed. His helmet rose to the sky, and his eyes were slightly vertical. He looked majestic without being angry. He held a black saber in his hand, and the handle of the saber was completely made up of black skulls. The most shocking thing was that there was a vertical third eye between his eyebrows. The pupil was actually a Tai Chi pattern. Of course, it wasn't a black and white yin-yang fish. Instead, it was half black and half scarlet. This third eye was the most dazzling part of this divine general. Of course, this was just a statue. It was 5 meters tall. In Long Chen's human form, it was about the size of this divine general's forearm, or even smaller. The wind and sand swept past, and the skulls rolled. However, nothing could get close to this divine general's statue. At this moment, without any warning, the third eye actually lit up. It was a black and red ray of light, emitted by the two halves of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish. Then the pupil of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish began to spin, and the two rays of light also spun. In this spinning process, with the third eye as the core, the steel-like statue actually gradually transformed into a body of flesh and blood, from a statue to a living person. The range continued to expand until finally, there was a living person standing in front of the God Seal Palace. A divine general gradually emitted a terrifying primordial aura. In that instant, even the entire white-bone divine palace trembled. The pitch-black armor was also trembling slightly, revealing countless strange and vast primordial characters. Ding ding! The armor collided, emitting a series of sounds. At the last moment, the two eyes below the third eye suddenly opened, and two pitch-black rays of light shot out, transforming into two black tigers that roared in the air. The divine general woke up, and his lips curled into a strange and terrifying smile. He reached out to grab the blade of the black saber, weighing it a few times. He said gloomily, "I want to see which two flies dare to sneak in and ruin my eternal sleep." He had really slept for a long time. Even he himself didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that he was obviously very angry, and if he didn't kill people, he would find it hard to breathe. When he took the first step, the dozens of skulls piled up around him rolled down, creating a huge roar that even Long Chen could hear from afar. City Lord Di Jun is over there. Chapter 2248. In the beginning, he did run very fast, wanting to get rid of City Lord Di Jun as soon as possible. But then he thought, City Lord Di Jun is such a careful person, why would he make such a loud noise? Did he set up a trap to lure me over? Thinking of this, Long Chen instantly stopped. He escaped into the river of time and entered the state of the time dragon, drifting forward lightly. He had already been tricked by City Lord Di Jun once. It would definitely not be so easy next time. However, the closer he got to that direction, the stronger the sense of danger in Long Chen's heart. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the roar of a giant beast. It was a terrifying roar that came from ancient times, bloody, brutal, and possessed supreme power, as if something had appeared in front of him. Did City Lord Di Jun provoke something? Long Chen could not help but ponder. Raising his head, he could see that in the endless gray fog, there were actually two rays of light soaring into the sky. One was black, the other was red, brutal and bloody, like a butcher who had killed countless people. There was a terrifying murderous aura on its body. That kind of brutal feeling that came from ancient times, Long Chen was very sensitive to. It should be something that originally belonged to this divine palace of bones. Did it come out of the palace, or, just as Long Chen stopped and pondered over the current situation, it was clear that the awakened powerhouse was rushing in a certain direction. Judging from the huge deviation of the aura, the powerhouse's first target shouldn't be Long Chen. However, Long Chen was certain that he was also being targeted. It was the feeling of being stared at by a ferocious beast. In the next moment, there was a violent sound of fighting in front of him. Light shot into the sky. The fire was vast and mighty. 9 flame giants appeared. It was City Lord Di Jun's Joyoung Di Zun. At this time, City Lord Di Jun was fighting with the awakened thing. This battle caused the entire divine palace of bones to tremble, producing a loud roar. Countless skulls exploded into flying ashes, filling the sky, and vaguely, there was a conversation between the two people. It was just that he did not know what they were talking about. Fortunately, City Lord Di Jun was closer. Otherwise, if he was caught first and City Lord Di Jun was hiding in the dark, he would be in danger. After a short period of battle, City Lord Di Jun had not been defeated. Long Chen could speculate the strength of the mysterious opponent. Although it was terrifying, it should not be able to kill them in a second. It was even possible that this person had countless mysteries that Long Chen wanted, so he could not help but go in that direction. Of course, he was very careful. He tried to hide himself as much as possible to see if he could avoid the other party's claws. With his speed, he quickly arrived at the battlefield. Long Chen stood in a corner and watched as City Lord Di Jun fought with that person. It was a god general who was 5 meters tall, wearing black armor that covered his entire body. Under the helmet was a dark face with dense stubble, looking very rough and barbaric. The most eye-catching thing was his black blade, which was 3 meters long, and the vertical eye on his forehead was even more frightening. Now that City Lord Di Jun's Ruashi sword had been destroyed by Long Chen, he had recovered the limitless roulette and was fighting with the God General. Although he was not defeated immediately, under the God General's attack, he would not be able to live for long. What shocked Long Chen was that the 5-meter-tall God General was no longer a 9-colored bug, a puppet warrior, but a person with life and soul. This was the only thing in the entire divine palace of bones that had intelligence. He must know everything that Long Chen wanted to know. As such, Long Chen could not help but become excited. He was originally prepared to leave, but now that all hope was in front of him, City Lord Di Jun was fighting with the other party, and he did not go up. He could just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, looking for an opportunity. But to his disappointment, City Lord Di Jun did not have the qualifications to fight with the other party. After losing the tidal divine sword, Yi Futian's combat prowess had plummeted. Under the powerful attacks of the heavenly general, despite using the sun god technique, Empyrean Emperor Joyang, heaven and earth reversal, heaven and earth flash, and even the Wuji roulette, the heavenly general's black battle saber tore them apart. It was even more ferocious than Long Chen's dragon-enslaved bow. This god general should not be a divine spirit, but Long Chen realized that he was like the divine spirit of martialism in the divine statue palace. He could use a part of the power of the rules. The power of the rules was an irresistible power. As long as one was in this world, one would be controlled by this world. For example, the divine spirit of martialism's rules of martial Tao, his word collapse. Under the rules, Long Chen's body cracked. If not for the flame of life, he would have died just now. However, City Lord Di Jun did not have the flame of life. But the god general in front of him was proficient in the Tao of battle, and used the rules of battle. Under such circumstances, City Lord Di Jun was covered in blood after a few attacks. He knelt in front of the god general in pain. He completely gave up resisting and knelt in front of the god general, shouting, "God General, please spare my life. I am the current City Lord of Di Jun Divine City, a descendant of God Di Jun. Today, I trespassed here purely to chase a fugitive and accidentally offended you. Please spare my life." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold smile appeared on the 5-meter-tall divine general's face. "Oh, are you a descendant of Empyrean God Di Jun? I was ordered to stand guard here and kill everyone who intrudes. I can't spare you just because you are a descendant of Empyrean God Di Jun. If that's the case, not even Empyrean God Di Jun would spare me." Hearing this, Long Chen was extremely shocked. It seemed to be saying that Di Jun existed. Those who dominated the world in the immemorial era and disappeared mysteriously like the divine dragons, actually existed. This was simply inconceivable. Long Chen held his breath and continued listening. No, I trespassed here by mistake. I am the most loyal citizen of the gods, and the leader of the 72 divine descendants. You can't kill me, I still need to protect the descendants of God Di Jun Lord God General. I am the most loyal servant of your side. City Lord Di Jun's tears flowed down his face. To him, this was also a huge shock. He was a demigod, and he understood that the God General had used the laws of the gods to defeat him. As for those who had yet to become gods, if they wanted to use the laws, they would need the blessing of the gods themselves. This meant that the gods definitely existed. They weren't dead, and they weren't missing either. When he heard this, the 5-meter-tall God General started laughing. He shook his head helplessly. "There's no other way, I have to abide by the rules. However, if you really don't wish to die, I do have a way to spare your life." City Lord Di Jun hurriedly said. "What is it? As long as I can do it, I will try my best." The divine general chuckled. He opened up his black armor, revealing the dark skin on his chest. It was a pair of huge pectoral muscles and firm abdominal muscles. At this time, a pitch-black world tree was born from his body. It possessed a vigorous life force. Black divine palaces hung from it like stars in the sky. Each divine palace had a living being cultivating in it, supplying the world tree with divine power. He displayed the world tree and said, "It's very simple. I'll open a divine palace for you, and you'll become a divine palace creature in my divine palace and cultivate for me for 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, I'll let you go. You have no other choice. If you don't listen, I'll have no choice but to kill you." At the end, his tone was very harsh. City Lord Di Jun was now a piece of meat on his chopping board. City Lord Di Jun was trembling all over. Death, imprisonment for 30,000 years, and cultivation for him for 30,000 years were all extremely terrifying things. He understood the divine palace, and he himself had a divine palace. This meant that he was about to experience 30,000 years of loneliness, and he could not advance his 30,000 years of cultivation. Of course, among the people he knew, there was no one who had the means of a divine general. Even Ling Huang did not have this ability. As expected, this divine general came from among the gods. Fortunately, he had his wife, Rua Shi, to accompany him. City Lord Di Jun shed tears. He gritted his teeth, stood up and said, "All right, I agree. But God General, please kill the other young man who has rebelled against the gods in the cruelest way. In this way, I will willingly cultivate for you for 30,000 years." "That's easy. I saw him just now. I think he is hiding now. But it's impossible for him to escape from me here." "Ha!" the God General said with satisfaction. Of course, he knew about the existence of Long Chen. Hearing this, City Lord Di Jun was completely relieved. In fact, if he really could not go back alive after catching up, he would be willing to do so. Although the ending was tragic, he was aware of it. He closed his eyes and waited for the God General to give him judgment. The God General stretched out his hand, grabbed City Lord Di Jun's head, and lifted him up. The third eye of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish was facing City Lord Di Jun's head. "Very good, very good. From now on, you will be a large part of my power. You can't resist, or you will die miserably." There was unconcealable excitement in the God General's words. On his forehead, the third eye rotated, shooting out black and red light that shone on City Lord Di Jun's body. City Lord Di Jun's body began to shrink. He closed his eyes, his body convulsed, and the pain suffocated him. At this moment, a golden light pierced through the air and pierced City Lord Di Jun's head. It pierced through. At that moment, City Lord Di Jun's eyes widened, and he stared at the God General. He did not know why the God General wanted to kill him, but he saw that the God General's eyes widened just like him. The God General's eyes turned from a dull look to extreme anger. Seeing all this, City Lord Di Jun was powerless to know more. Because the power of the prisoner of Dragon Arrow was released, his body instantly turned into powder, and completely dissipated into the air. That's right. This arrow came from Long Chen. The God General would find him sooner or later. If he let him swallow City Lord Di Jun, he would have no chance of defeating him. There would be more at night. Now, the readers of Dragon's Blood were spread across more than a dozen sales platforms and bookstores. There were hundreds of thousands of friends, and it was already the most popular new fantasy work in 14 years. Today, he received a very exciting gift. It was the signature of a junior high school class, written on a school uniform, and sent over. The whole class was reading Dragon's Blood. Chapter 2249. Now that he had appeared, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Therefore, he mustered up his courage and used the dragon-enslaved bow to kill City Lord Di Jun when neither of them were paying attention. At that moment, City Lord Di Jun was already surrounded by despair and sorrow. He did not expect Long Chen to appear at this time. As for the black-armored general, he naturally did not expect Long Chen to be nearby and have the guts to make a move before the delicacy. Therefore, City Lord Di Jun died under the explosive power of the dragon-enslaved arrow. The black-armored general could only watch as City Lord Di Jun disappeared. When he looked over with bloodshot eyes filled with endless anger, Long Chen was holding the dragon-enslaved bow in his hand. The dragon-enslaved arrow returned to his side and he held it in his hand. He took the opportunity to place it on the dragon-enslaved bow and pointed the sharp golden arrow at the general. The young man narrowed his eyes. He was fearless, calm and decisive. To him, killing City Lord Di Jun wasn't a big deal at all. Although he was the commander of the 72 god cities and had a very important role, even if Long Chen did not make a move, he would disappear forever. The most important thing was how to deal with this mysterious general. Then, he would find out the secret of the battlefield of the gods from him. This might be the most important battle for him to clear Long Qinglan's name and realize his dying wish. Now, there was no fear that could stop him. The 5-meter-tall general exhaled a white aura and stared at Long Chen like a giant beast. He clenched his fists and held a sinister black saber. He walked towards Long Chen step by step. Every time he took a step, a deep footprint would appear on the ground. So you're a dragon warrior. The general narrowed his eyes. His third eye exploded with intense red and black light. He stuck out his half-meter-long black tongue and licked his thick lips. His voice was filled with brutality and coldness. You seem to be the one guarding here, right? I don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name. Long Chen pointed the dragon-enslaved arrow at the eye between his eyebrows. Although he was very small compared to this divine general, in terms of power, he could not be weaker than him. Hearing this, the divine general burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. His voice was exceptionally loud, making people feel very uncomfortable. I know you want to know the secrets of this place. You want to know a lot of things from me. You want to know my identity. Don't try to act smart in front of me. Little guy, you're too small for me. Just like a baby. So don't expect your little tricks to fool me. The divine general lowered his head and said to Long Chen with great pity. Long Chen was indeed trying to get information out of him. He didn't expect this divine general to know everything. Then, he definitely wouldn't tell Long Chen what was going on here. If Long Chen wanted to know what he knew, the only way was to defeat him. But to be honest, it was easier said than done to defeat this guy. The divine general stretched out his heavy hands. At this time, he was less than 30 meters away from Long Chen. He laughed cruelly and said, Since you killed my prey, the only way to live is to replace him and become my prey. Are you ready? He didn't even bother to talk nonsense with Long Chen. When he said the last sentence, he was already holding the black saber with both hands. His thick muscles squirmed and surged with power. The divine power of all living beings could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The surrounding skulls were shattered into powder. Even some small palaces began to collapse. Long Chen looked up. He looked past the divine general and saw the fourth palace in the distance. It was called the Seal God Palace. The strangest thing was that the gate of the Wind God Palace was actually locked. That was strange. At this moment, the divine general made his move. It was earth-shattering. The saber slashed forward. It seemed like a simple slash, but it contained an unparalleled killing intent. Looking at its aura, the characters on the saber flickered. They were the laws of the gods. This divine general was similar to the martial spirit from before. He could display the power of the laws. The instant the divine general made his move, Long Chen let go. The dragon-imprisoning arrow's golden light flashed and instantly reached the divine general's head. This was a move that could kill City Lord Di Jun. 2 layers of 700 Dao patterns exploded with endless power. It tore through space and broke through everything. In an instant, it arrived before the divine general's third eye. Ding! The black-armored divine general used the black saber to protect himself from the terrifying attack of the dragon-imprisoning arrow. The boundless power of the dragon-imprisoning arrow clashed violently with the saber's power of laws. The power of laws could be said to crush everything. However, the power of Long Chen's arrow was also extraordinary. Under the collision, the divine general's 5-meter-tall body was sent flying. Of course, Long Chen could also feel the intense shock. He instantly disappeared from his original position. With the flexibility of his physical strength and the control of the time dragon, he changed his position. This battle was a matter of life and death. He had to remain calm and bring out his most perfect state. He can even resist the laws of a god. This little guy is not bad. As expected, the divine general jumped up from the ground and landed perfectly on the ground. He laughed loudly, but in reality, he was even more furious. It could be seen that he was a very easily angered person. He was breathing heavily and his chest was heaving up and down. Destructive power exploded around him. He was furious because he was looking down on him. This damned dog. Stupid animal. He actually dared to attack me. Stupid, stupid. He was already cursing crazily in his heart. He was a divine general, a servant of a god. He was stationed here, but someone actually dared to barge in at such an unsuitable time. Roar! He was so angry that he couldn't help but roar like a wild beast. This time his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he crossed thousands of meters and arrived before Long Chen. God rule. Army breaker. The black saber slashed down. On the saber, the god rule formed by primordial characters and symbols was attached to it. As the god power of all beings erupted, a loud roar was produced. That was the god power of death. It was the battle rules, the army breaker. It was the will to fight to the death and the power of a god's will. When the saber slashed down, it was as if the entire world was going to be torn apart. At this moment, his dragon-enslaved arrow had just been shot. The difference between a divine general and city lord Di Jun was huge. The dragon-enslaved arrow that Long Chen used to kill city lord Di Jun could only block him for a moment. Today's battle was difficult, but Long Chen gritted his teeth. He also had a strong fighting spirit. That was because in front of him was his hope to fulfill his father's last wish. All these years of fighting and struggling, was it all for the appearance of this evidence in front of him? As long as he defeated him. Break! The dragon-enslaved arrow gathered all the strength in his body and shot out. If that was the case, it might not be able to block the power of the god rule breaker. Therefore, the moment the dragon-enslaved arrow was shot, Long Chen reached out to control the area where the divine general was. He controlled the divine general and his saber. Long Chen believed that the power of time was above his opponent's god rule. At the very least, it was not a complete god rule. Space-time reversal. This was his deepest attainment in the Tao of time so far. The reversal of time directly caused changes in space. Space was controlled by time. Generally speaking, when a divine general used god rule, the eternal dragon emperor and the others' time power would definitely not be able to do anything to him. However, Long Chen's time power was the ancestral dragon's mystique that surpassed god rule. Therefore, there was basically no difference between a divine general and anyone else when it was used. Space-time reversal made the divine general retreat by 10 meters. The power of the god rule was also greatly affected. At the same time, Long Chen's dragon-enslaved arrow took the initiative and instantly turned into a dragon, colliding with the god rule that the divine general had yet to completely split open. Rumble! It was a tragic explosion. This time, the divine general's arm actually exploded in a ball of blood. Even the black saber was thrown out of his hand. He crashed into the ground, causing a terrifying explosion and causing the White Bones Divine Palace to tremble. A huge crater formed in the ground. It could be said that Long Chen had successfully used the power of the ancestral dragon's mystique and became the divine general's nemesis. Impossible! The divine general scrambled to his feet in rage. He had god rule, which was a power that could defeat almost everyone in the eternal sacred territory. Even if the 15 dragon emperors from the dragon god territory came here, he would not be worried. However, why was Long Chen able to use the power of time despite having god rule, defeating and injuring him? He was both furious and shocked. At first, he had never imagined that such a scene would happen. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. At that moment, the golden light appeared before him again. Whoosh! The divine general was furious. God rule, mad demon. In that instant, pitch black fur actually grew on his body. His hair also stood on end, and he instantly turned into a wild beast. At the same time, under the power of the god rule, his divine power of living beings also experienced a terrifying increase, instantly leaping to the next level. He reached a level where he could almost instantly kill City Lord Di Jun with god rule alone. Now, his eyes were bloodshot and shone with a dazzling bloody light. He gripped the black saber with both hands, and his entire appearance was no different from a battle maniac. Bloody primordial characters shone brightly on his muscles. That was the power of the gods. Clang! This time, he relied on pure strength to send the dragon-enslaved arrow flying, while he himself was unharmed. He gripped the saber and looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. His lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "Little guy, do you still think you won't be finished this time?" In that instant, his speed skyrocketed, and he came crashing down from above like a huge monster. At this point, even Dao weapons were ineffective. Long Chen felt a bloodline impulse that made him instantly transform into a primordial blood spiritual dragon. His huge body was shrouded in blood-colored mist. Just the size of his body alone was enough to suppress the divine general. With a swipe of his dragon claws and the power of the massacre dragon seal, he sent the divine general flying again. Dragon God! Chapter 2250. In his human form, he could basically use all of the ancestral dragon god arts, and his control over the Tao treasures would also be more powerful. However, in his divine dragon form, he would be able to use the 3 ancestral dragon god arts with an even more powerful body. In fact, he would be more than twice as powerful as before. Long Chen could see clearly that the power of the dragon-enslaved Bao was limited in this battle. It could not kill the opponent at all. The only way was to rely on the ancestral dragon skills to suppress the opponent's god rule. When the primordial blood spiritual dragon appeared, the divine general, who was only 5 to 6 meters tall, seemed very small in Long Chen's eyes. Although he was tiny, the celestial general seemed to be even more excited. Now that the dragon and the celestial general had clashed once again, Long Chen was mainly relying on his physical body and divine abilities. Although the divine general was small, his physical strength was very strong. The battle saber in his hand clashed with Long Chen's dragon claws. It was very terrifying and fierce, especially the God Rule attacks. God Rule, Ami Breaka. Another saber attack, tearing a 1,000-meter-long saber light. Long Chen blocked it with the heavenly slaughtering blood sword, but the opponent's saber was extremely terrifying. In a short moment, it almost caused Long Chen's body to explode. At this juncture, Long Chen used the power of the Tai Chi life-form dragon to ignite the fire of life. When the fire of life burned on his body, he was in a state where he could not be injured at all. God Rule Supreme. Another saber attack. It was as if a supreme had descended. It was an extremely domineering saber, and the God Rule evolved into thousands of saber lights. At this moment, the divine general was like a real god, majestically descending. The saber was full of pressure, and no one dared to resist it. Space-time reversal. Long Chen transformed into the void cosmic dragon, shrouded in clouds and turned illusory. After transforming into a divine dragon, the power of space-time reversal almost doubled, and the reversal power was even greater. It directly pushed back the divine general who was attacking with the long saber. Time storm. These two attacks were continuous, and the divine general found it hard to defend against them. The power of the time storm almost caused his body to explode, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. This time, Long Chen could clearly see that the blood was almost black. 14th temper. In this sort of situation, Long Chen was naturally merciless. His dragon claws and dragon fangs controlled the power of the 14th temper. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, fire, thunder, all sorts of natural energies bombarded the divine general's body, completely suppressing the divine general and causing him to scream in pain. However, the more he attacked, the more Long Chen frowned. He realized that it was very difficult for his attacks to deal fatal damage to his opponent. At his current level, he could only suppress him at most. Want to kill him? At least for now it was impossible. Bas! The divine general was enraged. His black saber cleaved open a path and he charged out. This time, he was filled with boundless rage. He had almost turned the tables on Long Chen. If not for Long Chen using hundreds of thousands of blood-weeping dragon souls to knock him away, it would have been very difficult for him to escape. This was an endless and fierce battle. The divine general was undoubtedly stronger, but God rules were useless against Long Chen. Even if he defeated Long Chen, the terrifying fire of life would make him almost unscathed. He was simply immortal. What Long Chen lacked was the means to kill his opponent. The two of them were entangled in this battle. In the blink of an eye, a long time had passed. The divine general was furious. He never expected Long Chen to be so tenacious. I've said it before, you will become my divine palace. The divine general roared. His roar reverberated throughout the White Bones Palace. It seemed that there was no one else in the White Bones Palace. Otherwise, they would have been lured out. The divine general rushed to Long Chen. The third eye on his forehead burst out with brilliant light. It was an eye the size of a human's fist. Black and red light shone on Long Chen's divine dragon body. Suddenly, a huge suction force acted on Long Chen's body. It was a devouring power. Previously, he had wanted to use this power to absorb City Lord Di Jun into his divine palace. This suction force was indeed terrifying. Of course, it had to be used against people who were much weaker than Long Chen. Long Chen was not willing. Moreover, he was in a state of battle. It was difficult for the divine general to succeed. At that moment, Long Chen transformed into the blood spirit stinger. It was incomparably sharp. Spinning, the blood spirit stinger did not retreat. Instead, it pierced through the third eye of the divine general. Long Chen wanted to see if the divine general would succeed in devouring him first, or if he would pierce through him first. In such a situation where only the brave would win, Long Chen won. He was more courageous and confident than the Divine General. He believed that before he pierced through the Divine General would not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, the Divine General chose to dodge awkwardly. He fell to the ground and dodged Long Chen's attack. When he got up again, he was even more furious. It was as if his whole body was about to explode. His hair stood up in anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Long Chen in the sky. When he was furious to the extreme, he suddenly laughed strangely. "What are you laughing at?" Long Chen was not in a hurry. He was roughly sure that at this time, it seemed that the two of them had basically exhausted their limited abilities. The Divine General said, "I suddenly remembered that there is something more suitable to deal with you." After saying this, a pot suddenly appeared in his hand. It was an ancient pot, similar to a wine pot. However, it had very complicated lines, and there were countless divine dragons on it. The space on the small pot was not big, but there were hundreds of divine dragon lines, and each of them was vivid and lifelike. This thing gave Long Chen a very dangerous feeling. The divine dragon on the wine pot was not an inscription, but a real dragon's soul. It was as if it was trapped inside, struggling and roaring, causing the whole pot to shake. This is the dragon smelting pot. In short, it is a good thing specially used to refine you dragon martial artists. After refining you, you can become my food to go with wine, giving me great nourishment. This way, you will become the living creatures of my divine palace. He held the dragon smelting pot, opened the lid, and aimed it at Long Chen. Long Chen glanced at it. This so-called dragon smelting pot actually had almost 760 Dao patterns. Compared to his dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow, it had 60 more Dao patterns. This was already extremely precious. Looking into the mouth of the pot, there was wind, rain, thunder, fire, ice and frost. It was like the end of the world. It was very terrifying. There were also all kinds of primordial characters on the pot. Obviously, it had a certain relationship with the divine spirits. Treasure collect. The Divine General was very relaxed as he raised the dragon smelting pot upwards. Instantly, the dragon smelting pot became incomparably huge and faster. He knew that the mouth of the pot was so big that it could easily swallow Long Chen. Indeed, at this moment, the dragon smelting pot spun below Long Chen. The mouth of the pot formed a terrifying vortex, producing a terrifying suction force. This suction force was 10 times stronger than the Taiji Eye that the Divine General had used previously. In fact, this was specially used to deal with divine dragons. In this White Bones Divine Palace, Long Chen had nowhere to hide. Under the other party's suppression, he was simply suffocating. He had never expected the other party to have such a thing. He could only use space-time reversal to resist. Indeed, he could not underestimate this Divine General. However, even if he used space-time reversal, he could only reverse it for a short period of time. The Divine General had already placed all his hopes on the dragon smelting pot. He once again used Mad Demon God Law to increase his strength and controlled the dragon smelting pot to swallow Long Chen. The dragon smelting pot was like the mouth of heaven and earth. It enveloped Long Chen and really swallowed Long Chen. In that instant, the Divine General sealed the dragon smelting pot tightly and let it shrink into his hand. Seeing the entire dragon smelting pot light up in order to refine Long Chen and the countless dragon souls dancing on it, the Divine General was very angry. It could be considered that he had vented his anger. Such a small dragon dares to fight with me. Didn't he still become my food? Thinking of Long Chen's indignant look, he could not help but want to laugh. This time, these two fellows had actually barged in for no reason. The Divine General placed the dragon smelting pot on the ground and waited for the calamity in the pot to be refined by Long Chen into a delicious soup. Long Chen was indeed in a world full of calamities. Underground was rich lava, and he was surrounded by lightning, cold air, storms, and so on. It seemed like these were ancient powers that Long Chen had never seen before. These powers belonged to the dragon smelting pot. Therefore, when Long Chen had just entered, it had bombarded and attacked Long Chen. Of course, because Long Chen had inherited the essence blood of the Tai Chi lifeform dragon, these things did not cause too much damage to him. They were still vaguely under Long Chen's control. The Divine General's wish to refine Long Chen would undoubtedly fail. However, Long Chen's headache was how to leave this place. A Dao artifact with 750 Dao patterns was indeed very sturdy. Furthermore, even if he went out, he would be engaged in an endless battle with the Divine General. Neither side could do anything to the other, so he might as well stay here and think of a way. The lava below was rolling. This was the soup of the dragon's smelting pot. It was like the stomach of a dragon-swallowing beast, but it was not as smelly. Long Chen could not help but think of the hundreds of dragon souls on top of the dragon's smelting pot. He stirred up the soup below him. Indeed, there were hundreds of dragon bones inside. These dragon bones were relatively small, so they probably didn't belong to real dragons. Instead, they were dragon warriors like him. They were probably killed in their divine dragon form and thrown here to be refined before finally entering the divine general's stomach. Seeing those bones, the anger in Long Chen's heart grew stronger and stronger. Where did this divine general come from? And what is going on with this white bone divine palace? Could it be that those gods really still exist, but they have gone to another place, and then let this divine general guard their graves? However, why is their anger so strange? In fact, this divine general will even kill City Lord Dijun. Isn't City Lord Dijun the descendant of the primordial #1 god, Dijun? Why would the divine general kill him? All of these were unsolvable mysteries. As for Long Chen, he looked at the dragon bones in the soup. Such a cruel scene made his blood rush to his brain. This anger even rushed to the massacre Dao seal. Chapter 2251. In Long Chen's world, these divine dragons were his compatriots, sharing the same bloodline as him. However, the god general who owned the dragon's smelting pot was not. When he found out that his compatriots had become food in the other party's mouth, the rage that came from his bloodline was indescribable. This rage even surpassed Long Chen's own. It came from every part of his body, from every drop of divine dragon bloodline. All three types of divine dragon bloodlines were ancestral dragons. Moreover, Long Chen was still at a stage of rapid improvement. Coming to the battlefield of the gods and awakening the flame of life was a major breakthrough in the Tao of life. In the Sea of Time, the space-time reversal was also a major breakthrough. It opened the real door to the Tao of Time reversal. And now, all three bloodlines were in a state of extreme rage. In this rage, Long Chen felt a mysterious change from the ancient blood spirit dragon bloodline. Now, he was still in the body of the ancient blood spirit dragon, fighting against the tribulation-like power in the dragon's smelting pot. However, all his attention was on the dragon skeletons. The scene of them struggling inside involuntarily appeared in his mind. He did not know which era these dragon warriors were from, or perhaps they had a long history. However, hundreds of divine dragons had died so unwillingly. Long Chen was immersed in the rage and sorrow triggered by the massacre of the ancestral dragon bloodline. He gradually forgot about the changes in his body. The ancient blood spirit dragon was born to be the master of massacre, the messenger of death. He controlled countless powers that led to death, and was basically an offensive ancestral dragon. His massacre was similar to Long Chen's. It was protection and dignity. It was not killing for the sake of killing, like Jiang Ming. The protection of the ancient blood spirit dragon was even more noble than that of Long Chen. He protected all his people, and even the entire world. He eliminated evil, promoted good, and maintained the order of the dragon sacrifice world. It was precisely because of this that everyone feared and revered him. But when he saw the dragon skeletons resting here, Long Chen also went crazy because of the emotions that came from the inheritance. The blood in his body was already boiling, and the boundless anger was burning. Even Long Chen himself felt that he had been drowned in the flames. Those were the flames of hatred and anger. Roaring, snarling, restless. In a trance, he seemed to see a peerless divine dragon that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Its entire body was blood red, and it stretched for tens of millions of miles. It was boundlessly huge. It flew in the sky, and when its body coiled up, it was like a huge continent. There were countless little dragons accompanying it, and they treated it as their king and ancestor. Each of the 4 dragon palms had 5 thick, sharp claws. They were sharp weapons that could tear through the heavens and earth and shake the world. They were also the rage of the primordial blood spirit dragon. When he was angry, all of his claws would have something like this appear. This was the wrath of the primordial blood spirit dragon, also known as the 10,000 death claws. As the name suggested, if one was attacked by the ancient blood spiritual dragon's wrath, they would die 10,000 times over. From this, one could see how painful the 10,000 death claw was. Of the 5 claws, the first was covered in a blood-red liquid. That was the primordial blood spirit dragon's fatal blood. It was formed by the primordial blood spirit dragon's will to slaughter, and it had a terrifying destructive power against the primordial spirit. It was the only weapon that could deal with the primordial spirit, and also a part of the death claws. The second claw was covered in blood-red flames. The third claw was wrapped in a blood-red storm. It was as if countless blood-red blades were sweeping across the claw, and it could cut everything into pieces. The fourth claw was covered in a sharp, blood-red frost. Although it was frost, it was also the killing frost born from the primordial blood spirit dragon's body. It only looked like real frost. In fact, whether it was flame, storm or frost, they did not belong to the elemental power of the Tai Chi life-form dragon, but the killing power of the primordial blood spirit dragon. On the fifth claw, blood-red lightning shot out like electric snakes. It rolled and let out a fatal whistle. This was also not real lightning, but a symbol of the violent power born from the body of the primordial blood spirit dragon. The killing will, flame, storm, frost, and lightning formed the 10,000 death claws and the wrath of the primordial blood spirit dragon. In Long Chen's eyes, the 4 arms of the primordial blood spirit dragon had formed the 10,000 death claws, which were surrounded by the 5 kinds of power. They were all born from the primordial blood spirit dragon itself. The 10,000 death claws were more direct and lethal than the blood spirit stab. Moreover, each of the 4 dragon arms was a lethal weapon. The primordial blood spirit dragon soared between heaven and earth with the 10,000 death claws, intimidating all the dragons in the world. That huge and magnificent scene was a great shock to Long Chen. It could be said that that scene would forever be engraved in his mind. One day, he would also become so powerful. At that time, no one would be able to control his fate, no matter who it was. Not even the immortal general in front of him or the immortal behind him. In that fiery mood, Long Chen gradually woke up. He was still on the dragon smelting kettle, still resisting the attacks of the dragon smelting kettle. Below him, countless dragon bones were faintly discernible in the soup. But he was shocked to find that although the shocking scene had disappeared, he found that a destructive power was being transmitted from his limbs to his arms and all the dragon claws. He lifted one of his arms and found that the dragon claws were really filled with the killing will, blood-red flames, storm, frost, and lightning. They were all 4 dragon arms. This was the 10,000 death claws. Under the influence of this anger, Long Chen awakened a more profound mystique belonging to the primordial blood spirit dragon, the 10,000 death claws. This was a power born after his anger touched the slaughter Dao seal. Within the 10,000 death claws, Long Chen's samsara of the 4 symbols took up a part, and a very important part came from Long Chen's anger, the killing power born from his body and bloodline. When he was angry and unwilling, the 10,000 death claws bloomed with terrifying light. Flames filled the sky, the storm howled, the frost was sharp, and the lightning was violent. Buzz, buzz. It seemed that the entire interior of the dragon smelting kettle was stirring and trembling. Long Chen did not expect that he would be able to control a new power. From the space-time reversal to the flame of life, and then to the 10,000 death claws, step by step, all of this required opportunity, but Long Chen had excellent luck. From the help of the Sea of Time, to the inspiration of the Grass of Life, and finally to the pressure of the dragon smelting kettle, all of these were the driving forces for him to move forward. It was as if he had never controlled such a huge power before. What was even more terrifying was the killing intent of the 10,000 death claws. This was no longer as simple as a mystique, but a kind of anger, resistance, and protective spirit. It was this strong spirit and will that resonated deeply with Long Chen, creating the most perfect synergy. Buzz! The 4 10,000 death claws now controlled unparalleled power. From the moment Long Chen entered to the moment he awakened the 10,000 death claws mystique, only 30 breaths of time had passed. At this time, the god general was still shaking the dragon smelting kettle, muttering, "It seems that this mystical dragon's level is quite high, so it must be very delicious. It will probably take a few months to refine it, so hurry up and refine it, I can't wait." He licked his lips with his half-meter-long black tongue and said with anticipation. At this time, the dragon smelting kettle shook. It almost slipped out of his hand. The god general chuckled and said, "Little guy, don't waste your energy. With your strength, you won't be able to break the dragon smelting kettle. This is, haha, anyway, you won't be able to break it. Just enjoy it obediently. After a few days, you won't have the energy to make a fuss." During this time, I will take a nap. He was very relieved. He pressed down on the dragon's smelting kettle, sat on the ground, and closed his eyes to rest. As expected, when Long Chen lightly touched the inside of the dragon's smelting kettle, lines of divine characters appeared on it. This was the power of the nomological laws, and it was added to the inside of the dragon's smelting kettle. This was also the reason why these 100 mystical dragons couldn't break out of this place and escape. The dragon's smelting kettle itself was a Tao treasure with 750 Tao patterns. With the addition of the divine nomological laws, even a dozen dragon emperors wouldn't be able to escape after entering. But now, Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. At this moment, the immortal general suddenly opened his eyes. It was not because of the dragon's smelting kettle in his arms, but because there was an extremely beautiful woman standing in front of him. She had long silver hair and a pair of deep eyes. She looked like a goddess in the night. It was the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. Since Long Chen left Eternal Dragon City, she had been following Long Chen until the immortal's corpse appeared and separated her. She had found the wrong direction and only recently arrived at the White Bone Divine Palace. It could be said that she had seen many things. Now, she stood before the God General and said with narrowed eyes, "Let him out." The God General sized her up and said, "With your strength, if I'm not wrong, you should be the Dragon Emperor of the human race outside, right?" The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor wasn't worried. Even the dragon's smelting kettle would take a few days to deal with Long Chen. Her voice was cold as she said, "That's right. If you let him go, we can leave this place." The God General sneered and shook his head. "That's impossible. Anyone who sees the secrets here will die. I believe you have seen some of them. You are strong, but you are unlucky. In this laughable world, no matter how strong you are, if you don't have the power to resist the nomological laws like this kid, then you will definitely die in my hands." On this point, it was just like how Long Chen and City Lord Di Jun were similar in strength. However, the God General could kill City Lord Di Jun in an instant, but he couldn't do anything to Long Chen. To him, the most important thing wasn't how strong he was, but whether he could resist the nomological laws. Chapter 2252. There's no way I'll tell you, and there's no way I'll let him go. I'm an emissary of God, a servant of God. I have the power bestowed upon me by the gods. None of you humans have the power to kill me. However, you've already seen so much today. With that, he rose to his feet. His 5-meter-tall body looked down at Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. Obviously, it was going to be another battle to the death. In terms of power, he wasn't as strong as Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, but the power of rules was really terrifying. "You're not human. According to you, the gods still exist, and they are the gods of us humans. You're just a servant, so what right do you have to kill their people?" Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was very clear-headed and scolded coldly. The Divine General laughed and said, "All right, don't try to trick me." Dang. In fact, be it in the minds of the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor or Long Chen, everything was clear. According to the words of this immortal general, the gods should still exist, just not in the eternal sacred realm. The dragon sacrificial continent was infinitely large, so this was also possible. However, the only strange thing was that since they were gods of the human race, why did they seem to be filled with hostility and contempt towards the human race? Moreover, the immortal's corpse that Long Chen saw and what he said made everything even more mysterious. Perhaps only Long Qinglan, who wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods, knew all of this. The Divine General would definitely kill Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. He wouldn't let anyone escape. Therefore, just as he put down the dragon's smelting kettle and was about to make a move, the dragon's smelting kettle vibrated terribly and almost exploded. Boom. The divine characters shone, then extinguished. At that moment, the Divine General was completely stunned. He felt like he was dreaming, and his face was full of disbelief. He held the dragon's smelting kettle firmly in his hand. After that vibration, the dragon's smelting kettle was no longer as bright as before. In fact, it was much dimmer. It seemed that the fatal divine characters on the dragon's smelting kettle had been destroyed. That was the power bestowed by the gods. How was this possible? The Divine General was dumbfounded. His hands trembled as he held the dragon's smelting kettle. He muttered, "Impossible, impossible." Long Chen. Dragon Emperor Yongye couldn't help but look forward to it. She appeared to save Long Chen, but she didn't expect Long Chen to be so capable, doing such incredible things every time. After the first shock, the rule power on the dragon smelting kettle had dissipated. Of course, this was the result of Long Chen's 10,000 death claws. That was the power of the ancient blood spirit dragon's wrath, the will of the ancestral dragon. Even if it was the eternal night dragon emperor who entered, he might not be able to appear. However, Long Chen could rely on the 10,000 death claws to overcome this obstacle. When the divine text disappeared, Long Chen took out another item unhurriedly. It was the god-slaying sword. You lucked out, brat. During the clash with the opponent's rule power, the god-slaying sword had suffered some damage. Now, if Long Chen used the 10,000 death claws a few more times or the dragon-enslaved bow, he would be able to tear the dragon-smelting kettle apart. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he chose to use the god-slaying sword. To the god-slaying sword, the dragon-smelting kettle was like a fat elephant. Of course, the god-slaying sword was like a carnivorous leopard. It was impossible for it to kill the elephant. However, it had Long Chen's help. The elephant seemed to be unable to move. The god-slaying sword just had to stare at the opponent and bite. Although its mouth was too small, its digestive ability was strong. It could eat the opponent whole. Begin. Within the dragon-smelting kettle, Long Chen transformed into his human form. He couldn't help but laugh. Then, facing the inside of the dragon-smelting kettle, he started to use the massacring sword art. Usually, it was easier to destroy a Dao item from the inside, especially a Dao item that couldn't be resisted. It was like meat in the palm of his hand. Long Chen and the god-slaying sword became extremely passionate. Then, he used the massacring sword art passionately. Starting from the first strike, he slashed at the inside of the dragon-smelting kettle. Each strike was like the god-slaying sword taking a bite out of the opponent's flesh. During this process, the god-slaying sword grew rapidly. Its Dao patterns increased, and it became more powerful. On the other hand, the dragon-smelting kettle became weaker and weaker. The massacring sword art was about speed. In an instant, Long Chen was like a crazy demon. The massacring sword art had already broken through the 1,000 strike mark. From the outside, it looked like the god general couldn't help but grip the dragon-smelting kettle tightly. Even so, it couldn't stop the dragon-smelting kettle from trembling. His face was filled with panic and anger. Most importantly, he couldn't understand how the divine text could be destroyed. This was impossible in the entire eternal sacred territory. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dragon-smelting kettle kept shaking. The god general couldn't help but curse and threaten Long Chen. However, Long Chen was in high spirits and had no time to care about him. Even if the god general wanted to toss Long Chen out, Long Chen wouldn't come out. A Dao weapon with 750 Dao patterns was definitely a feast for the god-slaying sword. It would definitely make him bloated. Inside the dragon-smelting kettle, the little skeleton was squealing at the side. He was so excited that he was about to faint. 2,000 strikes. The entire dragon-smelting kettle was filled with Long Chen's gray sword light. Dozens of strikes landed on the inside of the dragon-smelting kettle at every instant. The dragon-smelting kettle was collapsing faster and faster. The power of the massacring sword and the god-slaying sword was increasing at a terrifying rate. Finally, it reached 3,000 strikes. Little skeleton was about to throw up, but the dragon-smelting kettle still didn't break. He continued to attack like a storm, advancing towards 4,000 strikes. Outside, the god general's face was already green. He opened the dragon-smelting kettle and wanted to pour Long Chen out. However, it was impossible. It was like eating something. It was easy to get in, but difficult to get it out. 3,500 strikes. Just as the god general was about to go crazy, a crack suddenly appeared on the dragon-smelting kettle. Countless massacring sword auras rushed out and shot into the sky. This meant that the dragon-smelting kettle had already been destroyed. This Dao item had already been destroyed. The elephant fell to the ground. It had been eaten by the god-slaying sword, a cheetah, until only its bones were left. Long Chen struck several more times, turning the dragon-smelting kettle into pieces. The pieces rushed out and landed in front of the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. He was still unscathed. In fact, he was even more perfect and terrifying than before. The Dao patterns on the god-slaying sword were increasing rapidly. One after another, the Dao patterns on the god-slaying sword continued to form. Previously, It had already grown into a Dao item with 500 Dao patterns. Now, it had over 100 more Dao patterns, almost reaching 670 Dao patterns. This was already very close to 700 Dao patterns. With the capabilities of the God-slaying sword, coupled with the massacre sword art, the attack of the God-slaying sword was basically no different from a Dao item with 700 Dao patterns. Generally speaking, the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow were suitable for long-range combat. If one wanted to fight in close combat, they would still need the God-slaying sword. This was a very perfect result. Of course, the biggest help to Long Chen was still the awakening of the Deathclaw and the Flame of Life. These were more important than the improvement of his cultivation level. He stood beside the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. Previously, he had already heard the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night's words. He guessed that the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night was worried about him and followed him all the way here. Apart from being touched, Long Chen was also very excited. Rest assured, with the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night as a witness, everything that he saw would not be a one-sided story. He believed that the other Dragon Emperors would also believe in the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. Since the beginning of your battle with him, I have been watching, the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night said gently. Then, she was also very suspicious. Long Chen was relieved. Now, there was nothing else in his heart other than gratitude. However, there was still the most important thing that he had not done, and that was the God General in front of him. If he could subdue him, he could even get to the bottom of everything. Let's work together. I have a weapon that can defeat him. Long Chen whispered to the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. Yes. The Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night was a little surprised. However, when he thought that Long Chen could come out of the dragon smelting kettle, he chose to believe in Long Chen. She said, I can use the seal of time to subdue him because he has the nomological power. I am afraid that I do not have the absolute method to subdue him. The two of them could work together. At this moment, it was the time when the God General was the angriest. The dragon smelting kettle shattered, and Long Chen escaped. His blood-red eyes stared at Long Chen. He couldn't help but let out an earth-shattering roar. He took a step forward and charged at Long Chen. Long Chen was someone who had the same level as the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. In terms of strength, Long Chen was still miles away from the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. It was only because his opponent was special that he had some methods to restrain him. The God General suddenly waved his hands in anger. Suddenly, countless nine-colored mists in the sky surged toward the two of them. This was also his killing move. It might be effective against the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night, but it was useless against Long Chen. When Long Chen's flame of life burned, all the nine-colored mists could not help but retreat in panic, not daring to approach Long Chen. You again! The God General was enraged again. Long Chen had too many tricks up his sleeves. Although they weren't strong, they were enough to suppress him every time. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night turned into a beam of silver light and passed by the God General. Under the time seal, the God General couldn't move. His eyes were burning with flames. He formed words with his thoughts and said angrily, "What a joke. The power of time is not bad, but can it stop me from breaking the rules? Your Dragon Emperor is more than 100 times stronger than me, but what can you do to me?" He was filled with pride. At this moment, Long Chen once again transformed into a divine dragon. What was different from before was that his dragon claws were now covered in flames, lightning, and other blood-colored energies. That was the wrath of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, the 10,000 death claws. The God General's eyes widened. He could feel the aura of death approaching. At this moment, Long Chen swooped down, and the 10,000 death claws swept across the immortal general's body. Furthermore, there were 4 wounds. At the same time, the immortal general let out an earth-shattering scream and knelt on the ground. His body was covered with blood-colored flames, storms, ice, and lightning. This was an attack that was enough to kill him. In fact, the most terrifying killing intent directly caused his soul to tremble, and he was in extreme pain. Chapter 2253. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't kill him. His greatest wish was, of course, to learn from this divine general what the battlefield of gods or the Tao Palace of White Bones was all about. The myriad Death's Claws attack was indeed fatal. The 4 claws had practically caused the opponent's entire body to collapse. Even a divine general's body had collapsed and disintegrated. In fact, The myriad Death's Claws attack wasn't Long Chen's claw swipe, but the will of slaughter and blood. Instead, it had been the murderous intent, blood, and other things that belonged to the primordial blood spirit dragon's wrath. As long as Long Chen controlled his anger, he could probably control the Divine General's life. He transformed into his human form and stepped on the Divine General's body. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor rushed to his side and reached out. The snow-white threads wrapped around the Divine General countless times, completely sealing him. The Divine General was completely sealed. Long Chen stepped on his chin, causing a great deal of blood to spurt out. The myriad Death Claw's power was tormenting the Divine General until he screamed and convulsed. He thought he was immortal, and no matter how he racked his brains, he couldn't understand how Long Chen's attack could inflict such terrible damage on him. Such terrifying damage. This injury was enough to kill him. Moreover, whether he lived or died was completely in the hands of this young man. This was simply inconceivable. The Divine General had never imagined that he would die. The word was foreign to him. Even defeat was foreign to him. It was as if it had never existed in his life. But now, he truly felt the fear of death. Especially when an expert like the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor stood by his side. Long Chen used his foot to press down on the other party's chin and said in a deep voice, "You should be very clear about the current situation. Right now, I can make you suffer 10 times the pain with a single thought, and I can take your life with a single thought. I want to know about the so-called battlefield of the gods. I want to know the secrets of the battlefield of the gods or the divine palace of bones. If you tell me, I can let you go immediately." Amidst the pain, the Divine General paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. He looked strangely at Long Chen and shook his head. "Child, you're really funny. Are you playing a child's game with me?" Without another word, Long Chen increased the power of wrath. Since he said he would increase it by 10 times, he didn't hesitate at all. This increase in power brought with it 10 times the pain. In that instant, the entire Bone God Palace was filled with the cries of pain from the Divine General. However, under the control of the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's power of time, he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. He could only endure this pain that he had never experienced before. In this painful process, the Immortal General truly understood that Long Chen wouldn't joke with him. He admitted that he had been defeated and captured and couldn't even make a comeback. Of course, this was truly inconceivable to him. But it had indeed happened to him. Long Chen relaxed a little. The God General looked at him with a sullen expression. He was both angry and helpless. He laughed maniacally. "Humans, oh humans. You're truly ignorant to a terrifying level. Who am I? I'm the emissary of the Legion of Gods." Who are the Legion of Gods? They're the masters who control you. Your relationship with them is like that of a dog and its master. You actually dare to threaten your master's emissary? Heavens, don't you know that if I say another word, I won't be able to live even if you let me go? Is that so? His face was filled with disbelief. He felt that Long Chen's actions were even more inconceivable than his defeat. "Fine, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't let me go, you'll be in for a great calamity. My life is a small matter, but it's a big deal to implicate the world. I can't be bothered to bicker with you. Let me go and scram. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll have no choice but to kill myself. Don't blame me for not warning you when disaster befalls you." The Divine General's fist-sized eyes stared at Long Chen seriously. "You're trying to coax me like this?" Long Chen had braved so many dangers and almost lost his life several times, all for this moment. He wanted to know the truth, but the other party had told him this. How could he be willing to accept this? For Long Qinglan's dying wish, he had come to this point. He was about to see the truth. How could he give up now? 10 times the pain. "This time, I'll do it until you say it." He was ruthless. Success was right in front of him, so he couldn't be soft-hearted. Dragon Emperor hesitated, but he didn't stop him. The pain that was 10 times more intense descended on the Divine General once again. He screamed miserably, but then laughed mockingly. After a while, he looked at Long Chen with a mocking gaze and said, "Ants, you've all been pitiful animals your entire lives. All you need to do is cultivate properly. Why do you want to know everything? But you still did something that can't be undone. So, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself. The next time we meet, my true body will descend, and I will return everything that happened today to you." When he finished speaking, His body suddenly dissipated like dust, completely disappearing from the world. It was as if he had been killed by Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected that he would choose to commit suicide so quickly. However, from his last words, it seemed that he wasn't truly dead. Just what was his true body? He had thought that the Sky-Swallowing clan was a mystery. But now that he had come to the battlefield of the gods, Long Chen discovered an even bigger secret. It was as if Long Qinglan was fighting against both sides. The catastrophe, true body, gods, and so on sounded even more frightening. Afraid. He looked at Long Chen like a beast. It was as if he had eaten hundreds of mystical dragons with the dragon-smelting kettle. What is it? Long Chen's mind was in a mess. He had thought that he could get something out of him. While he had some guesses, there were still many things that didn't make sense. He didn't know why Long Qinglan wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. If he didn't understand, he wouldn't have any real evidence. The truth would only be the tip of the iceberg. He didn't know what the true body was. Perhaps, as the Divine General had said, he was too naive. He had greatly underestimated his enemy. An enemy who was not even qualified to interrogate him. However, if the 72 primordial gods really existed, weren't they the ancestors of the human race? They were the primordial gods. Ancestors would treat their descendants like beasts. This was something that he had never thought about. At the start, his descendants had all sorts of divine boats to enter the battlefield of the gods to pay their respects. They might even be bestowed Dao treasures by their ancestors. Just as Long Chen's mind was in a mess and he was watching the Divine General turn to dust, all of a sudden, the entire Divine Bone Palace underwent a huge change. In the first palace in the distance, countless 9-colored mists surged into the sky. The Divine Bone Palace was shaking violently and changing shape. Long Chen, don't think too much. We have to leave this place. Eternal Night Dragon Empress stretched out her slender hand and pulled him back. Long Chen snapped out of his confusion. Now that the entire Divine Bone Palace was changing, who could predict what would happen to it? But from the ferocious expression on the Divine General's face when he turned to dust, he knew that if he died, the Divine Bone Palace would definitely change. There would be a huge change. Let's board the Divine Boat Dijun first. Dragon Emperor Yongye reminded him. Although Dragon Emperor Yongye could resist the storm on his own, he wasn't as sturdy as the Divine Boat Dijun. Hence, the Divine Boat Dijun was safer. Without a word, Long Chen took out the Divine Boat Dijun and entered it with Dragon Emperor Yongye. Through the transparent window, they could see that the storm in the entire God Sea had strengthened by at least a few times. The Divine Bone Palace actually started to shrink. Long Chen wasn't willing to leave now, so he stayed nearby to observe. In a short period of time, the White Bone Divine Palace turned into a giant golden ball and started to spin. Its current appearance was slightly similar to the battlefield of the gods. Beside the giant golden ball, there were countless 9-colored mists surrounding it, and outside was a blood-red tornado. It was violent. At this moment, the golden ball actually flew in a direction and disappeared. Chase. Of course, Long Chen wasn't willing to let all these secrets slip away. He couldn't help but drive the Divine Boat Dijun to chase after it. However, in the blink of an eye, the giant golden ball had almost disappeared from their sight. Let me. Under Dragon Emperor Yongye's control, the Divine Boat Dijun increased its speed by at least 10 times as it chased in the direction that the golden ball disappeared. When it broke through the tornado, they realized that the storm in the God Sea had increased by more than 10 times. It was like the end of the world. Under such circumstances, even Long Chen couldn't control the Divine Boat Dijun. Fortunately, Dragon Emperor Yongye was there. But after they came out, the golden ball disappeared completely. Even the blood-colored tornado had dissipated. All that was left was the God Sea storm, wreaking havoc endlessly. God's blood splattered into the sky. Dragon Emperor Yongye chased for a while longer, but he couldn't find the golden ball anymore. It's completely gone. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. This time, he was too anxious and helpless. He felt that success was right in front of him. Why was it so hard to touch? Although he saw many things, he still couldn't find a reason to destroy Long Qinglan. The answer to the battlefield of the gods. This only proved that there was something really strange about this. In the vast deity sea, Eternal Night Dragon Emperor continued to advance. After walking for 3 days and 3 nights, he had almost covered the entire deity sea. However, he could no longer find the giant golden ball. Even the blood-colored tornado was nowhere to be seen. It seems like we have to give up and leave to discuss. Dragon Emperor Yongye turned back and said helplessly, "This god see." Chapter 2254. Did you see the god corpse? Long Chen asked. As for what they saw and heard in the City of White Bones, the two of them had already talked about it. It was more or less the same. Dragon Emperor Yongye had also seen the Rainbow Palace, the Palace of God statues, and the Reign of God spirits, but he didn't go in to take a closer look. Not long after she arrived, Long Chen started fighting with the Divine General. It was Long Chen who came out from the Palace of God statues. Out, she just arrived. As for the God Seal Temple beside the God General, because of the battle with the God General, he didn't try to break the lock, but it would probably be very difficult. "I was right behind you, but I lost you because of that god's corpse," said Yongye Dragon Emperor. "What happened next?" Long Chen recalled for a moment and said, "I forced him away from the dragon-enslaved Bao, but before he left, he told me that he wanted me to destroy the battlefield of the gods to save them. His body was bleeding, and the blood that flowed out was the divine blood of the divine sea. As for his weapon..." At this moment, a thought flashed through Long Chen's mind. Although the appearance of the immortal's corpse was unrecognizable and the armor he was wearing was extremely worn out, although he had only caught a glimpse of the weapon, wasn't it the martial spirit of the 72 gods that he had fought against in the Palace of Divinity? The two weapons were exactly the same, except that one was old and the other was brand new. Could it be that the god's corpse was a martial god? However, weren't the 72 ancient gods the masters of the divine generals? It was clear from the divine general's words that this was the case. What was going on? Long Chen seemed to have grasped onto the end of a thread, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this thread was broken because there was a contradiction. If destroying the battlefield of the gods could save the martial god who had become a god's corpse, back then, he had said to destroy the battlefield of the gods and save the common people. Could it be that the war god was abandoned by the 72 gods? But if that's the case, what does that have to do with saving the common people? In any case, the conclusion was contradictory. Nothing was certain. Hearing what Long Chen said, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor thought for a moment, then frowned and said, "This deity sea is so big, and it's filled with God's blood. If it's just the corpse of a martial god, there wouldn't be so much God's blood. If the 72 gods are all under this deity sea, then what were the 72 gods that he mentioned? The statues in the God Statue Palace? What was the so-called mortal body? It did not make sense at all. It was a pity that no one had the ability to sink into the divine sense sea to take a look. Otherwise they would be able to understand more. However, he had to admit that the eternal life god realm is getting more and more perilous. Strange things have been happening lately. We need to tell the other dragon emperors about what's happening here and discuss it with them." Long Chen had wanted to stay in the divine sense sea for a while longer, to see if he could meet the god's corpse again or find the golden ball. However, Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night was right. He was too anxious this time. Now that the deity ocean was surrounded by danger, and that immortal general even claimed that he would look for him in his true body next time, he would be courting death if he continued to stay here. More importantly, he had to report everything he saw. More importantly, he had to give everything he had seen. All right, let's go back. They were finally ready to leave the battlefield of the gods, which was full of secrets. Although Long Chen had basically seen and heard a lot of things this time, he was still missing the most crucial point, which made him feel very regretful. But he hoped that what he had seen would be helpful to Long Qinglan. First, he had to see what the other dragon emperors were thinking. City Lord Di Jun was already dead. He did not know if he would be able to enter the divine sense sea in the future. Long Chen did not want to return the Emperor Jun divine boat to them. The world seemed to be in chaos now, but everyone was still living in the clouds. It was indeed very dangerous. After leaving the deity ocean, they headed towards the Eternal Dragon City. This was because there were many strange discoveries this time. Moreover, it was seen by the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor himself. Obviously, it had a lot of credibility. After hearing part of the news, the other 14 dragon emperors were very concerned. In fact, every dragon city even sent a dragon emperor to Eternal Dragon City in advance to wait for the return of Long Chen and the dragon emperor Yongye. These were the top people in the dragon god realm, and also the group of people closest to the gods. Of course, the things that Long Chen saw could only be spread among them. After some time, He finally arrived at Eternal Dragon City with Yongye Dragon Emperor. Now that Eternal Dragon City was being rebuilt, it had basically been restored to its original state. However, the range and depth of the Sea of Time had been expanded several times. That was because the Dragon Emperor was fighting the Black Yama beasts. The result: after returning, they went straight to the Weiyang Palace. The Eternal Dragon Emperor and the other 4 Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Cities were all waiting here. As for the others, they were not qualified to participate in this level of conversation. Even the Blue Fire Emperor did not know that Long Chen and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had returned. He returned to the familiar Weiyang Palace. But Long Qinglan was no longer here. In the depths of the Weiyang Palace, there were 5 Dragon Emperors. As for the Dragon Emperor in the sky, he was still patrolling the starry sky and had not come down. In Long Chen's vision, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor and the others appeared again. The Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor was also here. "It's good that you are back." The Eternal Dragon Emperor frowned, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. The other Dragon Emperors wore dragon robes and stood quietly. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor went straight to the point and said, "The Star Talisman did not say it clearly. Since everyone is here, Long Chen and I will tell you everything that happened this time." From the beginning, when Long Chen borrowed the divine boat in Dijun Divine City, the news of Long Chen defeating City Lord Dijun had spread all over the world. Everyone seemed to be numb to his heaven-defying abilities. It should be during this period that the Black Hell Emperor, Chen Ting, and City Lord Dijun met. "Weren't you looking for the Black Hell Emperor?" There was no trace of him at all. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor asked. The 5 Dragon Emperors shook their heads helplessly and said, "The dozen of us almost searched the entire Dragon God domain. It seems that he really comes and goes like a shadow, and indeed has his eyes on Long Chen." This was not the main point. Next, Long Chen and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor got to the main point. They basically told them about their own experiences, their own thoughts and understanding. Because this matter was of great importance, even the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor did not slack off. In the end, the White Bone Divine Palace turned into a giant golden ball and disappeared in the Deity Sea. "We searched for a few days but did not find any traces, nor did we see the god's corpse. That's why we came back." But after hearing everything clearly, the 5 Dragon Emperors looked at each other and frowned even more. Seeing that they did not speak, Long Chen said, "We can be sure that the White Bone Divine Palace is the battlefield of the gods. In addition, the 9-colored fog looks beautiful, but it is actually released by a type of insect. Also, all the young martial artists of the ancient city of the 72 gods' descendants bathe in the divine spirit. The rain is not a good thing. I saw it with my own eyes. Every drop of water can actually transform into a kind of golden spider with very strong killing power. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor can also testify to this. This means that the battlefield of the gods is definitely not as simple as we think it is. Back then, my father definitely had his reasons for wanting to destroy the battlefield of the gods. In fact, the martial god's corpse personally told me to destroy the battlefield of the gods to save the common people. Although I don't know the true reason and I don't have any proof, I'm sure my father has a reason for wanting to destroy the battlefield of the gods. Although I don't know the real reason, there is no doubt that the place needs to be destroyed." At this point, the Eternal Dragon Emperor raised his hand to interrupt him. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's gaze was solemn. He said, "Things must be very complicated. Of course, I believe what you saw. This means that there is indeed a huge problem with the battlefield of the gods, but many things are pure speculation. Whether the immortal really exists or not depends on the words of that immortal general. We can't verify it. To be honest, we definitely believe that Long Qinglan did have his reasons. Maybe he was right, but the problem is that we don't know the real reason." Hearing this, Long Chen was a little excited. Could it be that at this point, the Divine General had already said that the human race would be facing a great disaster, but they still did not take action? Seeing Long Chen's excited expression, the violent Blood Dragon Emperor appeared in front of him. He said, "Don't be so excited. I know what the Eternal Night means. What he means is that even if we believe and doubt, what use is there? We can make some people in the 5 major dragon cities believe what we say. But the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants and the other humans in the dragon god domain outnumber the 5 major dragon cities by countless times. Without evidence and the truth, how can we make them believe us? Your father wanting to destroy the battlefield of the gods is already an indelible crime to them. Without sufficient evidence and the most authoritative voice, It still cannot achieve the effect you want to clear your father's name and wash away everything. You need to calm down now. Beside him, Dragon Emperor Yongye said gently, Long Chen, you should understand that all humans worship the primordial gods more than the divine dragons. To them, the divine dragons are illusory, but the 72 primordial gods are their ancestors and his protector. To them, the battlefield of the gods is a place nobler than the 5 major dragon cities. It is their holy land, just like how the cave of ancestral dragon is in the hearts of the 5 major dragon cities. Although the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants are far weaker than us, they are the ones who truly hold the hearts of the people. However, they are the ones who have the true will of the people, while the 5 great dragon cities are mostly hidden in the sky. That's why they will believe in their ancestors even more if you don't show them real evidence. Long Chen was not an idiot or unreasonable person. What they said was indeed reasonable. The long-term public opinion and the heartfelt belief of the entire human race toward the ancestral gods could not be changed by a few words from him. Sometimes, belief could be a kind of poison. Under the influence of this poison, even the truth and evidence could not be proven. What? That was why he wanted to let everyone know the terror of the battlefield of the gods once and for all, so that they could stay away from it and understand what had happened to Long Qinglan. That was impossible. Then what do we need to do? Right now, that was all he wanted to know. Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others looked at each other and said, We can only find out what the reason is first. 2 chapters left. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Your popularity has caused my various rankings to shoot up, becoming more and more popular. This is the motivation for me to write more late at night. June is really my black June. I really can't imagine that I can make it. I feel like I've aged a few years. But with effort comes reward. This kind of life is worth it. Chapter 2255. Of course, Long Chen no longer expected these speculations to be announced to the world. If they were to be announced, there would be 2 possibilities. The first was to be laughed at, and no one would believe it. Of course, if all 15 Dragon Emperors said so, and the 5 dragon cities maintained their stance, then the possibility was not high. Even if most people did not believe it, they would suppress it in their hearts. The second possibility was that it would cause a great deal of panic. This was possible. At least when they understood everything, and knew that the divine general had said that a calamity would befall, the supreme beings of the human race took it seriously. They all frowned and discussed the matter. Let's find a time to go to the battlefield of the gods again. With a few more people, we can see if we can find anything, Violent Dragon Emperor suggested. We have to go. The information that Long Chen and the Eternal Dragon Emperor had received was not complete. Of course, in their hearts, they had a certain understanding of Long Qinglan's actions back then, and were no longer so hostile towards Long Qinglan. It was especially so for the Eternal Dragon Emperor, whose face was sullen from start to end. It was just that every time the matter of Long Qinglan was brought up, he would feel awkward and speechless. After all, Long Chen was his adopted son. Can I go with you? Long Chen asked hurriedly. Violent Dragon Emperor said, There's no need. It's more convenient for us to move around. If there's any danger, you're our future hope. Of course, if we find anything, we'll tell you immediately. Don't worry. If your father is really reasonable and innocent, then us old fellows will definitely give him justice. Don't you all think so? These past matters had long since disappeared from their hearts. Only the Eternal Dragon Emperor was angry about this matter. Now that everyone looked at him, he sighed and said, Forget it, forget it. I only care about the truth. But what makes me angry is that if Long Qinglan really knew the reason why the battlefield of the gods had to be destroyed, why didn't he tell us? Could it be that we couldn't make him trust us, or was there something wrong with his brain? This was also an unsolved mystery. They had agreed to make a trip to the battlefield of the deities, but not now. Now they were still searching for the Black Hell Emperor all over the world and were prepared to go after some time. Long Chen returned to the Green Water Palace. This place was very dilapidated, but it could be seen that someone had carefully cleaned it up. Li Xuanji was by his side. The two of them were facing the breeze in the pavilion. Long Chen was thinking about all the clues he had seen in the battlefield of the gods. The god of Valkyrie's corpse destroyed the battlefield of the deities, and the god of Valkyrie fought me in the shrine of the deities. He said that it was the mortal realm's physical body. If the 72 ancient gods were in a mysterious place called the mortal realm, and they needed the help of the mortal realm's physical body to come to the eternal celestial realm, then it could be explained. However, the god of Valkyrie's corpse under the deity ocean contradicts all of this. Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night also said that the deity ocean was so huge, and it couldn't have been created by a single god of Valkyrie's corpse. Amidst the thick fog, Long Chen felt that the battlefield of the gods had disappeared. The only way was to enter the divine ocean. However, the divine ocean was a terrifying place. Even if he had the strength of 15 dragon emperors at their peak, he probably wouldn't dare to enter. Even the storms and seawater of the divine ocean were so terrifying, let alone go deeper. You can calm down and focus on your cultivation. The 15 dragon emperors already know about this. Whether it's chasing after the Black Hell Emperor or entering the divine ocean, they will worry about it. You are still at the golden stage of cultivation. You should put more effort into improving yourself. Li Xuanji reminded softly. Li Xuanji reminded softly. Her heart ached when she saw how much pressure Long Chen was under. You're right. Long Chen suddenly saw the light. Without powerful strength, he wouldn't be able to change anything no matter how much he knew. That was why it was the most fundamental. Just like how he had comprehended the time and space reversal, the flame of life and the 10,000 death claw. He had survived time and time again. Let's break through to the late stage of the 4-symbol Samsara realm first. Hence, for the rest of the time, he focused on the process of cultivation. Li Xuanji didn't leave again. Instead, she accompanied him with peace of mind in the Green Water Palace. Time passed quietly, and one day, the 5 dragon emperors had already set off for the divine Sense Sea. Long Chen cultivated while waiting for his news, and would usually take a stroll around the Eternal Dragon City. After experiencing that peerless battle, the Eternal Dragon City was currently in the process of rebuilding, and everything was bustling with activity. Regardless, Long Chen now had a very high status and reputation. Everyone knew about the misunderstanding with the Black Hell Beast. In fact, many people even thought of him as the savior of Eternal Dragon City. But suddenly, he met the Blue Fire Emperor. He was the only person in the entire Eternal Dragon City who wasn't polite to him. Since we met, let's say a few words. The Blue Fire Emperor was still very stubborn. He stood in front of Long Chen, his long beard fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal and said, I already know most of what happened in the battlefield of the deities. You think that your father is definitely innocent, right? From what you discovered, that is indeed the case. However, you have overlooked many things because you weren't in this world at that time. To speak. Long Chen looked coldly at this uncle. First of all, even if there was a possibility that the battlefield of the deities could be destroyed, why didn't your father announce it to the world? Why didn't he tell us? Instead, he stubbornly acted like a crazy demon. I saw him during that period of time. He no longer listened to anyone and became crazy. Hence, I feel that even if there was a problem with the battlefield of the deities, he is also a problem and not necessarily innocent. It seemed like he was here to deal a blow to Long Chen. Long Chen naturally knew that this guy had been jealous of Long Qinglan since he was young. Seeing him in such a sorry state, he was probably secretly delighted. Sometimes the competition between brothers could be very tragic. And then, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He believed that there must have been a reason why Long Qinglan didn't say anything at that time. In order to become a god himself, he actually did not hesitate to release the seal on the Devil Star, allowing them to come to the Dragon God domain. In the end, the group of demons went out of control, causing millions of corpses to be piled up in the Dragon God domain. Many experts of the era directly died, causing the vitality of the human race to be greatly damaged, causing a rare upheaval. Although he finally managed to seal the group of demons back into the Devil Star, causing such a disaster, that is all his fault. Even if there was a reason why he wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods, the matter regarding the Devil Star is irrefutable and cannot be explained. Now, he is a sinner that will be remembered throughout the ages. The 15 Dragon Emperors do not have the heart to remind you that you want to clear his name, but I feel that I have to make it clear to you. No matter how hard you try, the result will always be impossible. Long Chen had a certain understanding of the matter regarding the Devil Star. However, he didn't understand the Devil Star and didn't know what the demons of the Devil Star were like. Therefore, he couldn't explain this matter either. Perhaps he could only say that Long Qinglan had done it unintentionally, but he had indeed caused a certain amount of damage to the Dragon God domain. At that time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was the leader of the entire human race, but he had caused millions of corpses. That matter was also a turning point in Long Qinglan's life. From then on, he was no longer understood by the world, and even cursed by the relatives and friends of the deceased. It wasn't until the matter regarding the battlefield of the deities that everyone's trust in him was overturned. The words of the Blue Fire Emperor also made Long Chen understand that what he wanted to do for Long Qinglan was far from being accomplished. Even if there was irrefutable evidence, Long Chen understood Long Qinglan and knew that he was a kind person. He definitely wouldn't harm others for his own sake. Therefore, he needed to know the truth even more. All right, I understand. Long Chen nodded. Don't waste your energy. I looked down on you in the past, so I apologize to you today. You are indeed a very admirable young man, and no one can stop your growth. In the future, you might even have the same status as the Eternal Dragon Emperor and lead the entire human race. Therefore, don't try to erase his stain and do such a thankless thing. What you should do is atone for his sins, serve the people of the world, and let them forget about Long Qinglan and remember you. The Blue Fire Emperor was a little agitated as he spoke. You don't have to worry about that. Long Chen hated people like him who thought they were infallible. Don't become the second Long Qinglan. Now that there are so many disasters, we will definitely have to rely on you for the battles in the future. The Blue Fire Emperor said agitatedly. Long Chen held back the anger in his heart. Now that he had learned to control himself well, he interrupted the other party's words and said word by word, "Shut your mouth. I know what I should do, and I don't need you to teach me. Also, my dream is to become the second Long Qinglan. I don't want to argue with you now, but one day, I will do it for you." Long Chen didn't even want to say another word to him. There was no point. The other party thought that he was trying his best to persuade him not to walk down the same path as Long Qinglan. However, everything that Long Chen had was given to him by Long Qinglan. How could the Blue Fire Emperor know how important this man was to him? He turned around and left resolutely, quickly returning to the Qinglan Palace. The Blue Fire Emperor watched him leave angrily and sighed continuously. After returning to the Qinglan Palace, Li Xuanji comforted him. Don't be angry because of this kind of person. He will never understand the world that you and your father live in because he is short-sighted. Long Chen took a deep breath and said, I understand. Then what do you plan to do? Li Xuanji stood beside him and gently tidied his slightly messy hair. Long Chen thought for a while and said, I will first reach the late stage of the four symbols samsara realm. If I can reach that realm with your help, I will probably be able to fight against people like the Blue Fire Emperor, Yang Yu, and Xueqi. This was his progress. Chapter 2256. Of course, he still had to rely on Li Xuanji's Yin demon power. Otherwise, he would still be a little lacking. After all, when a martial artist stepped into the body of a demigod and condensed the divine power of all living beings, they could no longer be judged like those below the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm. Long Chen had made such great progress this time and was able to directly defeat City Lord Di Jun, mostly because the four-symbol Celestial Emperor had absorbed a large amount of the power of the four extremes in the land of four extremes. And now, Long Chen was immersed in a quiet atmosphere of cultivation, advancing towards the late stage of the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. This was just a process of accumulating power, which wasn't difficult for him. What was difficult was how to experience the 5 elements tribulation, 6 paths tribulation, and so on in the future. In fact, with his current level 3 ancestral dragon body, it was rare in the world. It had never appeared in the dragon sacrificial continent since ancient times. In terms of potential, even the most talented people were countless miles away from him. Therefore, when others spent decades, centuries, millennia, or even tens of thousands of years to reach a realm, Long Chen could easily achieve it in just a month. In terms of cultivation, he had now reached the pinnacle of the dragon sacrificial continent's history, a miracle. If he cultivated in peace, a month's time, coupled with the abundant resources provided by Eternal Dragon City, would allow him to advance from the early stage to the late stage of the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. His strength would increase again and truly reach a stronger level. After a month's time, Long Chen now didn't need Li Xuanji to reach the point where he could kill City Lord Di Jun. If he had the help of Li Xuanji's Yin demon power, then he would definitely go a step further. He might even be able to fight against top dragon martial artists like the Blue Fire Emperor and Xueqi, of course. Long Chen still didn't have much confidence in defeating the other party. However, he finally reached the late stage of the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm, and it only took him a month. He was already very satisfied. Now, he was climbing towards the peak of the entire dragon sacrificial continent step by step. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he reached the level of the Dragon Emperor and Long Qinglan. Back then, Emperor Tianmu thought that it would take Long Chen 10 years to catch up to him. Who would have thought that only a few months had passed? The increase in strength was mainly due to the power of the four symbols samsara. Back then, the four symbol celestial emperors had absorbed so much power, but they still hadn't released it completely the first time. After about a month, Long Chen had completely accepted this power. Now, the surging power of the four symbol samsara had more than doubled. Only after completing this part of the mission did he stop his closed-door cultivation. During this period of time, Li Xuanji had always been by his side to accompany him. She was also working hard. She was already very heaven-defying now, but she could not compare to Long Chen. During this 1 month, Long Chen had also frequently contacted Lingxi. Now that she had entered the final stage, Long Chen had originally decided to go back and look for her. However, she did not agree to it, and asked Long Chen to wait for her to finish before looking for her. After all, she knew that Long Chen had many complicated matters to attend to in the Dragon God domain. Of course, Long Chen had told her about Li Xuanji's matter. Lingxi was afraid that he would be lonely. To her, this was even better news. Now was a critical moment of danger. Love and affection were a small matter, but what was truly important was to destroy the shadow in the sky. After a month, there was still no news of the 5 dragon emperors who had gone to the deity ocean. Long Chen had asked Dragon Emperor Yongya. According to her, the 5 dragon emperors were still searching for the battlefield of the gods, and were preparing to find a way to enter the depths of the deity ocean to find the answer. It seemed that they had truly made up their minds and were putting their plans into action. Long Chen was relieved. They were the strongest experts in the entire Dragon God domain. If there was something that they could not do, it would be even more impossible for Long Chen to do it. During this period of time, Long Chen continued to revise the space-time reversal, the flame of life, the death claw, and other mystiques. Among them, the death claw was the power of the ancient blood spirit dragon's wrath. It was also the only way to attack and had the strongest killing power among them. It was also the most ferocious mystique that Long Chen had mastered so far. During this quiet cultivation, one day, turmoil still began. Long Chen knew that many people were afraid of his talent and wanted to put him to death. Therefore, trouble would naturally never end. This time, someone came directly to him. On this day, as Long Chen was quietly pondering, the Blue Fire Emperor suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a deep voice, "All right, I've troubled you. Go out for a while." Okay. Long Chen was indeed very surprised. Currently, his troubles mainly came from the Black Hell Emperor and the Immortal Generals. Why would trouble come directly to him and let the Blue Fire Emperor inform him in such a tone? Who is it? He stood up and followed the Blue Fire Emperor out of the Eternal Dragon City with Li Xuanji. The people that the Blue Fire Emperor mentioned should be outside the Eternal Dragon City city gate. You'll know when you see them. The Blue Fire Emperor could not be bothered to say much to him. Previously, he had advised Long Chen, but Long Chen did not take it to heart at all. He was already jealous of Long Chen and disliked Long Chen's stubborn character even more. Therefore, since they had different goals, they could not work together. Long Chen did not want to say much. Soon, the 3 of them arrived outside the city gate. The eternal army of the Eternal Dragon City was stationed at the city gate. Countless mystical dragons were flying, roaring, and patrolling in the Sea of Time. As there had been many things recently, the Eternal Dragon City's patrols were stricter. Even the Blue Fire Emperor and the others were stationed here. The so-called trouble was a few hundred people. They gathered outside the Eternal Dragon City and did not enter. However, their eyes were filled with resentment, hatred, and restlessness. Clearly, they were up to no good. It's the Castellans of the 72 Divine Cities. These people were actually the city lords of the 72 Divine Cities, as well as the important figures of these divine cities. There were a few hundred of them, basically representing the entire ancient city of the 72 divine descendants. When Long Chen appeared, they angrily rushed over. At first, they didn't say anything, but when they looked at Long Chen, their eyes were filled with hatred and anger. It was as if they couldn't wait to kill Long Chen or punish him. Among the few hundred people, only a dozen or so people were exceptions. For example, The dark divine city's castellan was mixed in with a helpless expression. Long Chen was very calm. His gaze swept across the various castellans and asked, "Castellans, seniors, why have you come to Eternal Dragon City to look for me?" They looked at each other. The focus was on the few castellans in the central region. They were the primordial beginning city lord, the clear void city lord, the Tai city lord, and so on. There were about 7 or 8 of them, and they were all elders. Their faces were all livid, and they looked at Long Chen with incorrigible eyes. Behind Long Chen, a large number of Eternal Dragon City's higher-ups, such as the Blue Fire Emperor, the Mandate Emperor, and so on, came out. Even the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor knew about what had happened here. "What's the matter? Long Chen, could it be that you don't know what atrocities you've committed?" Amongst them, the emotional city governor who was thin like a vigorous ancient tree berated with a hoarse voice. Long Chen was startled. City Lord Di Jun was killed in the battlefield of the gods. Now, only the 15 Dragon Emperors and a few higher-ups of Eternal Dragon City knew about it. They should not know about it. Even if they knew, they could not save him. He did not say much and continued to look at them. "It is you who killed our Di Jun Divine City's City Lord Di Yao. This matter is absolutely true. Now, the entire world knows about it. The entire human race knows about your evil deeds. I, City Lord Di Jun, was the leader of our 72 divine cities. He had a high status, but you actually killed him. You are insane and incorrigible. Everyone has the right to punish you." One of the Di Jun Divine City's 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm martial artist had tears in his eyes as he roared passionately. His words caused a huge resonance. For a moment, hundreds of them could not help but shout loudly, full of resentment. To be honest, this team was not strong. However, the 5 major dragon cities were secluded and did not manage the affairs of the Dragon God domain. Now, maintaining the order of the Dragon God domain still depended on the 72 ancient cities of God. Therefore, their status was still relatively important and they could not be killed casually. City Lord Di Jun, in particular, was a kind of secular leader. They were in full swing, wishing that they could hack Long Chen into 1,000 pieces. This was something that Long Chen could understand. The problem was, how did they know and how did they confirm it? He had just gained a good reputation and was preparing to clear Long Qinglan's name. Of course, this kind of thing had happened at this critical juncture. Of course it was troublesome. "Still not admitting your mistake? Do you want us to produce evidence?" They clamored once again. The people of Eternal Dragon City also looked at each other. In reality, not many people knew about this matter. They only knew that Long Chen had defeated City Lord Di Jun. Of course, they also admitted that City Lord Di Jun had a certain role. "You think that no one knows what you have done, but you don't know that our City Lord serves God Di Jun. There is also a statue of our City Lord in the Di Jun Divine Palace. Now that statue has been shattered, replaced by your name, Long Chen. Dozens of us saw this at the scene. The evidence is conclusive. It must have been God Di Jun who saw through your murder and sent down a divine decree for us to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Finally, someone couldn't help but say it. Long Chen didn't expect it to be so unimaginable. It could have been fabricated, or it could have been done by people like the Black Hell Emperor. It could even be the real decree of Di Jun. Although it was unimaginable, to the people of the 72 god cities, this was a divine decree and it couldn't be fake. Therefore, they firmly believed that Long Chen was the murderer. Coincidentally, Long Chen was the murderer. Therefore, this matter had already spread across the world. The people of Di Jun Divine City gathered all the city lords to head to Eternal Dragon City to seek justice for City Lord Di Jun. "This is God Di Jun telling us that you are the murderer. Now that I, City Lord Di Jun, have been missing for over a month, the timing is just right. Now that everyone in the world knows the truth, you better stop arguing. Today, we will make you pay the price." Chapter 2257. Of course, this was not fatal, but it was disgusting. The 72 god cities basically controlled the direction of public opinion in the Dragon God domain. In the eyes of ordinary people, City Lord Di Jun was already the ruler of the world. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, even the Blue Fire Emperor might not be as famous as City Lord Di Jun. He was even less famous than City Lord Di Jun in the hearts of the human race. Long Chen had been rebellious along the way, and City Lord Di Jun was an absolutely positive figure. When Di Jun revealed that City Lord Di Jun had been killed by Long Chen, everyone who had just heard the news of Long Chen defeating City Lord Di Jun was furious. So now, the whole world was discussing this matter. These people were no longer a match for Long Chen. Of course, they could not do anything to Long Chen. The 15 Dragon Emperors already knew the truth, and they would not put Long Chen on trial. But it was undeniable that they would bring great trouble to Long Chen. For example, it was impossible for Long Chen to convince the whole world that Long Qinglan was innocent. Even he himself could not gain the trust of the people. Public opinion was not something that could be controlled by a strong fist. Long Chen had thought of quibbling and not admitting it, but now that they had come to his door, the truth would be revealed to everyone one day. At that time, Long Chen would be even more unable to explain. It was better to be frank and admit it directly. He believed that one day, the truth would be revealed, and everyone would understand that Long Qinglan's efforts to salvage the situation today might not be effective. Thus, when everyone's gazes landed on him, half of them were filled with anger, hatred, and disdain. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He scanned the crowd and said, "That's right, I killed him." Admitting it personally would always cause a huge uproar. For the people of the 72 god cities, this was joy. Long Chen had finally admitted it, and they had more opportunities for revenge. They could not let it go. As for the Eternal Dragon City, to be honest, they didn't think much of the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants, and City Lord Di Jun didn't have much status here, so they admired Long Chen's growth more. Of course, killing a person who controlled the secular world of the Dragon God domain wasn't the right thing to do. For a moment, the hundreds of people of the god cities all cursed. "Bastard! Do you think that the people of my 72 god cities are people that you can kill as you please? So what if your status is high now? You're an executioner, a homicidal maniac. If someone like you grows stronger, you'll become like Long Qinglan and bring disaster to the human race sooner or later. You should be put to death. Everyone from Eternal Dragon City, why don't you act quickly? If you don't make a move, then we'll have to bring him back to Mount Emperor Jun and let our gods punish him. Everyone from the Eternal Dragon City, City Lord Di Jun is your representative in the Dragon God domain. He has been working hard and conscientiously for so many years, managing the Dragon God domain, and working hard for all of you. Even if he has not done any meritorious deeds, he should at least be credited for his hard work. As for all of you, you are so high and mighty. If not for our 72 divine cities, just how chaotic would the human race be right now? Our city lord, our leader, has been killed just like that. Don't you think we have the right to seek justice?" For a moment, almost everyone was arguing, and it became very noisy. The eyes of the people of the divine city were bloodshot, and they were shouting and cursing with all their might. They wanted the Eternal Dragon City to be pressured into punishing Long Chen. But what they didn't know was that even the Blue Fire Emperor wasn't qualified to be Long Chen's opponent. In fact, the Blue Fire Emperor also knew that Long Chen had killed City Lord Di Jun. "You caused this trouble yourself, so you should solve it yourself," Blue Fire Emperor said in a deep voice. For a moment, all the spearheads were pointed at Long Chen. He personally admitted that he killed our City Lord Di Jun. Such arrogance and despotism completely reflects his inhumane and condescending character. This kind of person will betray us sooner or later. No matter how talented or powerful he is, what's the use? Has everyone forgotten how his father brought disaster to us? That's right. That's right. You can rely on your strength to get away scot-free, but we, the 72 divine cities, can have our own authority. From now on, we won't listen to the orders of the 5 great dragon cities. We'll let the world know that the 5 great dragon cities are protecting someone like Long Chen. Everyone from the Eternal Dragon City, don't disappoint us. We, the 72 divine descendants, have been loyal to the 5 great dragon cities for millions of years. Don't let this kid destroy our loyalty and passion. It could be seen that they were forced into a corner, which was why they braced themselves and came here. The human race was a fair race. Without absolute suppression of strength, they believed that the 5 major dragon cities would not do such a thing that would disappoint the world. Now, it seemed that countless people were waiting for the result of their revenge. Even if you don't punish him and kill him, you still have to help us. Bring him to our Mount Emperor Jun, and let the #1 god of the human race, Di Jun, punish him. I hope that everyone in Eternal Dragon City can help us. For a moment, everyone was waiting for the Eternal Dragon City's decision. Long Chen asked curiously. You said that if I go to Mount Dijun, your god will punish me. What he was most curious about now was what was going on with the 72 gods and the battlefield of the gods. That's right. He definitely will. He even showed his spirit and told us that you are the culprit. If you are escorted there by us, I believe that the ancestor will definitely uphold justice for us. An elder in Dijun Divine City said with righteous indignation. Will he show his true form and kill me? Long Chen couldn't help but ask. Of course he will. Don't doubt the power of our God. You have made a big mistake and you are still unrepentant. Our God will not let you off easily. If it wasn't for his reminder, how would we know that you are the murderer? Long Chen looked back and saw Yongye Dragon Emperor in the crowd. Sure enough, she was still worried about him. Long Chen asked, do you think that Dijun will appear if I go there? If there is a reaction, it might be helpful for us to figure out the battlefield of the gods. After all, the 5 dragon emperors have been there for almost a month, and there is still no news. Okay, I will go with you. This matter has already spread, and it is indeed difficult to solve. It is better to go to Mount Dijun and see if there is a turning point. Yongye Dragon Emperor said gently. With her words, Long Chen was relieved. Now that the 72 god cities were putting pressure on Eternal Dragon City, Long Chen stopped them alone and said straightforwardly, okay, this was indeed done by me. Don't make things difficult for Eternal Dragon City. I will go with you to Mount Dijun and see if your god can do anything to me. Heresy. Heresy. Many old men were so angry that their hair stood on end. Of course, they were still very excited that Long Chen could surrender. This kid thinks too highly of himself and doesn't know the power of the god spirits. This is a good chance to teach him a painful lesson and even kill this monster. Everyone couldn't help but feel happy as they stared at Long Chen. Kid, let's go. Their whole team was shouting. Long Chen was very straightforward and didn't seem nervous at all. He held Li Xuanji's slender hand and headed in the direction of Mount Dijun. The city lords of the 72 god cities hurriedly followed. On Eternal Dragon City's side, Dragon Emperor Yongye instructed Blue Fire Emperor to bring a group of people to follow Long Chen in the open, while Dragon Emperor Yongye hid in the dark. Of course, she was worried about Long Chen going out alone. Even if it was a little ridiculous that Dijun had appeared, the Black Hell Emperor could appear by Long Chen's side at any time. He couldn't be careless. Now, Yongye Dragon Emperor could be considered to be protecting Long Chen. This team was not fast and would probably take some time to reach Mount Dijun. Blue Fire Emperor kept a straight face and followed behind the team with a few other experts from Eternal Dragon City. A few city lords surrounded him and cursed Long Chen in front of him. I believe that even if he doesn't dare to go to Mount Dijun to receive the punishment of the god spirits, Blue Fire Emperor will definitely punish him. That's right. Although potential and talent are scary, the most important thing is to have a kind heart. This Long Chen is too sinister and will definitely cause great trouble in the future. I, City Lord Dijun, am probably the first one. I really hope that my ancestor can really show his spirit and kill him in one go. Their incessant chatter annoyed Blue Fire Emperor. Thousands of meters ahead, Long Chen walked at the front and no one dared to approach him. However, the hidden Yongye Dragon Emperor was beside him and seemed to be talking to him. Yongye values him so much and the other dragon emperors are also paying more and more attention to him. Even my father can let go of his anger towards Long Qinglan and no longer target this guy. In time, when he really becomes the Massacre Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid that I can only swallow my anger in front of him. Just like how I faced Long Qinglan back then. He was a very proud person but had encountered such a demonic existence twice in a row. Of course, he was in a bad mood. Even Yongye Dragon Emperor had never spoken to him so intimately. Forget it, forget it. Let's do whatever we want. Now that such a huge change has occurred in the battlefield of the deities, and the transformation of the Black Hell Emperor is so shocking, the 15 Dragon Emperors are simply frightened. They have a feeling that a great calamity is about to befall them. The Blue Fire Emperor sighed in his heart. He continued to walk forward. At this moment, something strange attracted him from behind. Someone was calling him. The Blue Fire Emperor said to the people beside him, "You guys go ahead first. I'll catch up in a while and settle some things." After saying that, he left the group and walked towards the back. Looking back, Yongye Dragon Emperor didn't notice him either. The Blue Fire Emperor crossed a few mountains and came to a deep stream. He walked towards the depths. He had the Chaos Green Fire. Although he didn't show it much, everywhere he went, the surrounding flowers and trees would wither imperceptibly. He stopped at the deepest part of the stream and said in a deep voice, "I'm here. Come out. No matter who you are, don't hide." Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow appeared in front of him. That black shadow said, "Big brother, it's me, Chen Ting." Hearing this voice and seeing this black shadow, the eyes of the Blue Fire Emperor instantly burned with green divine flames. Chapter 2258. Chen Ting, the Black Hell Emperor. What could be confirmed was that he was the one who caused the disaster in Eternal Dragon City. He was closely related to the Black Hell Beast. The changes in Long Qingyue were caused by him, and he might even be the Black Hell Beast himself. When he was given the title of the Black Hell Emperor, he was the one who suggested it to the 3 Dragon Emperors. The 3 Dragon Emperors only announced it to the world when the title was officially given. Now, there were several Dragon Emperors searching for him all over the world, and he actually summoned him and appeared in front of him. The Blue Fire Emperor did not expect him to be so daring. He believed that Chen Ting was the one who caused the death of Long Qingyue and that the disaster in Eternal Dragon City was also caused by him. He was his enemy. Therefore, the moment he saw him, the Blue Fire Emperor was ready for battle. Green chaotic flames condensed on his hands and burned fiercely. "Don't attack first. This is the moment that will change your fate." The Black Hell Emperor was very calm. He looked at the Blue Fire Emperor with his pair of black ghostly eyes and said faintly, "Bullshit. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor is nearby. I don't believe that I can't deal with you." The team in front was not far away. As long as the Blue Fire Emperor made a loud noise and called out, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor would be able to hear him. Because of this, the Blue Fire Emperor had no fear in his heart. At this point, the Black Hell Emperor was still not afraid. Instead, he was full of smiles. This was because the Blue Fire Emperor was threatening him. If he really wanted to attack and kill him, he would call out directly. The Black Hell Emperor was someone who understood him, so he was confident. He said, "Big brother, you don't know the truth at all. Please give me a short period of time. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." The Blue Fire Emperor's eyes were burning with anger. He said, "Forget it. You better stand still and wait for the Eternal Night Emperor to come." In fact, he didn't have much confidence in dealing with the Black Hell Emperor by himself. Previously, the Black Hell Emperor was stronger than him. Now that his identity was mysterious and his strength was unknown, the Blue Fire Emperor didn't act rashly. He looked at the Blue Fire Emperor mockingly and said, "Big brother, I'm the one who understands you the most, don't I? I know what you hate. Now that a great opportunity is right in front of you, as long as you know how to cherish it, it will bring about a terrifying transformation in your life. Now that your potential has reached a certain level, you will never be able to reach the 9 palaces Samsara realm in your lifetime. Aren't you afraid of dying after a few thousand years? However, I have a way to save you." He guided her patiently, his voice like a ghost. The Blue Fire Emperor snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that I'm a 3-year-old kid. Life and death are common. There's nothing to fuss about. As for you, now that 15 of them are looking for you, you'd better surrender and follow me to meet the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, he can come and look for you." He looked at the Black Hell Emperor warily. Of course, once he called out to the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, it was very likely that he would attack immediately. Therefore, he was still waiting to see what this fellow was up to. The Black Hell Emperor's voice was soft and sinister, as though he was talking in the dark. He said eerily, "Is that so? Don't you want to become the new Dragon Emperor, the ruler of Eternal Dragon City? You must have realized that you no longer have the courage to face the 9 palaces tribulation, right? However, I have a way to make you the new Dragon Emperor. Moreover, it will be very easy, and it will also fulfill your lifelong wish." The Blue Fire Emperor looked at him coldly. The chaos green fire in his hand was still burning fiercely, erupting with a rather rare scorching power. The Black Hell Emperor continued, "In fact, this isn't the end. I can make you the new Eternal Dragon Emperor and let you control this world. This is all the power that Long Qinglong had when he was alive, and it's all with me. I can give you everything that he had and let you have power that is similar to his, or even stronger. By then, no one in this world will be stronger than you. That Long Chen can't do it, and neither can Long Qinglong. Your father will also look at you in a different light, and everyone in this world will change their view of you. He reached out and grabbed a black ball, indicating that it was the item he was talking about. Then, he quickly packed it up. The Blue Fire Emperor looked at him silently and did not say a word. However, he took another look at the black ball. His eyes were filled with green flames, and it was hard to tell what he was feeling. The Black Hell Emperor smiled in satisfaction and said, "And what do I need you to do? It's very simple. Help me kill that Long Chen. I can't get close to him, so I can only rely on you, big brother. You should know how powerful we are. The matter of Eternal Dragon City is just a small game that I'm playing. There's no rush. As long as you complete the mission, I'll bring it to you. We were once good brothers, weren't we? Of course, we're still brothers now. As for me and everything behind me, it's something you can't even imagine. This is your only chance to survive, to be respected by others, and to become a king. Don't waste it." At this point, he suddenly turned to leave and said, "Thank you, big brother, for not killing me today. As long as you are willing to complete the mission, there will definitely be endless benefits in the future. You will be in for a big surprise." After saying that, his body quickly disappeared in front of the Blue Fire Emperor. Although it was only a short period of time from his appearance to his disappearance, the problem was that from the beginning to the end, the Blue Fire Emperor actually had no intention of summoning the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. He stood on the spot in a daze, looking in the direction where the Black Hell Emperor had disappeared, thinking about every word that the Black Hell Emperor had said. With all of Long Qinglan's power, I can become the Dragon Emperor, or even him. He knew how terrifying the Black Hell Emperor was now. Even the 15 Dragon Emperors were looking for him. There seemed to be some mysterious existences behind him, and they were making a deal with him. If all of this was true, then it would be great. However, he suddenly slapped himself and muttered, "Chen Ting is now the enemy of the entire human race. If I were to help him, wouldn't I be betraying my ancestors? I can't do that. Moreover, I have to hunt him down and not let him escape." At the thought of this, he was about to summon the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. However, on second thought, he had already left. Even if the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night came, he might not be able to catch him. Moreover, he had come here for such a long time without informing her. Thinking about this, he decided to forget about it. Forget it. On account of our past friendship, I'll let him off this time. However, I definitely won't show mercy next time. At the thought of this, he observed his surroundings again before turning to leave. Although his heart was still filled with hatred for the Black Hell Emperor, the words that the Black Hell Emperor had said would surface in his mind from time to time, especially after he saw Long Chen. If what Chen Ting said is true, I should indeed take the risk. However, I can't have any dealings with him. I might even have to hunt him down and kill him. It could be said that he was very conflicted now. He was afraid of death, extremely afraid of death. However, he only had a few thousand years left. He still did not have the courage to face the 9 Halls tribulation. If he failed, even if he was the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the 9 Halls tribulation would not show mercy to him. The words of the Black Hell Emperor seemed to have given him new hope. This was what his morals and experience told him. He believed that the Black Hell Emperor was definitely up to no good. Moreover, the Black Hell Emperor was currently a wanted target of the 15 Dragon Emperors. However, in reality, he was still a little defeated in his heart. That was because he did not tell the Dragon Emperors about the appearance of the Black Hell Emperor. The team advanced in an orderly manner, following Long Chen's speed. The city lords of the 72 divine cities chased after him with all their might, afraid that he would escape. They did not know where they would find Long Chen again and exact revenge on him. After a period of trekking, they finally reached the central core region. Mount Dijuan was located in one of the central locations. It stood between the heavens and the earth like a long sword, piercing through the clouds. At the very top, it was already above the starry sky. Even the middle of the mountain was already covered by layers of clouds. The entire team had already reached this place. The reason why Long Chen came here was to see how the Emperor Jun statue would manifest and punish him. In reality, even the people of the Emperor Jun Divine City could not explain it clearly. However, they firmly believed in their beliefs. They firmly believed that Long Chen was such an unforgivable criminal that the Emperor Jun would definitely make his own judgment. From the looks of it, he had most likely made a wasted trip. Of course, he could let the people of the 72 divine cities understand that even their god could not do anything to him. The thousands of people in the inner city of the Emperor Jun Divine City had long been waiting for Long Chen's arrival. They were furious and cursed as Long Chen flew up into the sky. Of course, they could not go up to the Emperor Jun Divine Palace. Ordinary people did not have the right to do so. The ones who could go up were the city lords of the 72 divine cities. Although some of them were not strong, they had the status of a city lord and could directly pay their respects to the god. Once again, they saw the Emperor Jun statue. Now, Long Chen, the city lords of the 72 divine cities, and a portion of the people from Eternal Dragon City were standing at the entrance of the Emperor Jun Divine Palace. Behind them was the Emperor Jun statue that was hundreds of meters tall. Dragon Emperor Yongye was right beside Long Chen. At this moment, a few elders from the Emperor Jun Divine City walked up and berated Long Chen. "Brat, why are you not kneeling when you see the Emperor Jun God? Prepare to die. He is your ancestor, not mine. I do not need to kneel. Also, I do not want him to judge me. Let him do it." Long Chen said infuriatingly. "You." The few elders were so angry that they glared at him. They quickly sneered and said, "You can be arrogant now, but when our gods show their might, you will know how stupid and overconfident a mortal like you is to go against the gods." They knelt in front of the Emperor Jun statue. All the city lords of the 72 divine descendants' ancient city, as well as some powerful martial artists from the various divine cities, knelt down one after another and prayed piously. The people from Eternal Dragon City, except for Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, stood far away. It seemed that only Long Chen stood proudly in the crowd and did not kneel down. Chapter 2259. My God Di Jun, that scoundrel Long Chen has no respect for the laws of the world, and has a cruel personality. He has assaulted and killed my Di Jun city lord, and the evidence is conclusive. All the gods have seen it with their own eyes. Now that this scoundrel has been subdued by the might of the gods, he is willing to submit to the law. I hope that Ancestor can punish him, so that the heavenly Tao and the human Tao can be righteous. My God Di Jun will definitely send down a calamity to skin him alive, pull out his tendons, dismember his bones, and dismember his corpse to avenge my city lord. This scoundrel is arrogant and has no respect for the gods. He has committed treason and killed the leaders of my 72 god cities, as well as the leaders of our descendants in the dragon god domain. I beg the gods to use their might to deter him, so that he will never be able to reincarnate, and be reduced to ashes. Within the Di Jun god city, the old men all knelt on the ground, pleading. They firmly believed that since their ancestor had reminded them that City Lord Di Jun had been killed by Long Chen, when Long Chen arrived, their ancestor would definitely send down a calamity to kill Long Chen. The 72 primordial gods were their faith and their lives. They had dedicated their entire lives to the ancient gods. Now that City Lord Di Jun had died, they would definitely not let this matter rest. It wasn't just the people of the Di Jun god city who knelt down on Mount Di Jun. The thousands of them, as well as the hundreds of thousands of people outside the city, began to recite the words of the two old men. Their voices shook the heavens and earth, causing the entire Mount Di Jun to tremble. Even the statue of Di Jun was trembling, as though the ancient gods had manifested themselves. I hope that Ancestor can punish him, so that the heavenly Tao and the human Tao can be righteous. Let him never be reincarnated, and be reduced to ashes. The entire Mount Di Jun was filled with such cries. For a time, the cries were endless. The scene was huge and incomparably vast. All the living beings had placed their hopes on the ancient gods. All of them looked at the statue of Di Jun with the most sincere gazes, filled with hatred towards Long Chen and devotion towards the statue. It was as though this was truly a trial. As such, even Long Chen himself felt a little nervous when facing the statue of Di Jun. After all, the other party was the #1 god in the ancient times. The news of the death of City Lord Di Jun was indeed a little strange. Long Chen had come for the manifestation of God Di Jun, and with the protection of the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, he was not afraid. What he wanted to know was whether the 72 ancient gods really existed. Perhaps in the next moment, he would know. Unfortunately, amidst the pious shouts, screams, and even cries of countless people, the tallest statue of Di Jun did not respond at all. From the beginning until a quarter of an hour later, there was no response at all, and everyone's throats were almost hoarse from shouting. In the beginning, they were filled with energy, but now they were all dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with defeat and disappointment. Long Chen's mood was completely relaxed. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Everyone, it seems like your ancestors haven't heard what you're saying. Why don't you raise your voices a little more?" This was obviously a mockery, but those people still firmly believed in the manifestation of Dijun, to the point that they really raised their voices and shouted, almost to the point that their internal organs were about to be shouted out, but there was still no movement from Dijun Divine City. "Ancestor, please slay this scoundrel. Right now, he's mocking your descendants, mocking your people. How can we tolerate this insult?" The few old men were crying. Their hearts were filled with endless grievance. The thing they were most looking forward to had really happened, and that was, Dijun really did not appear and punish Long Chen. Only Long Chen knew that the gods would not appear, because they had endless secrets. It wasn't as simple as the ancestors of these people in front of him. They were high and mighty. How could they personally appear for City Lord Dijun? And it was the #1 god in the ancient times, Dijun. He stood at a high place, looking at everyone, looking at the statue of Dijun with incomparable devotion. That was their faith, and in Long Chen's eyes, it was more like a poison, driving them to contribute their strength. The people of Dijun Divine City were probably going crazy from anger. To Long Chen, this journey had only confirmed one thought in his heart. He suddenly had a new idea. Just when the people of Dijun Divine City and the 72 Divine Cities were still kneeling, Long Chen suddenly said in a clear voice, "Everyone, your god might be asleep. Why don't I call him and let him wake up?" What was he going to do? Everyone raised their heads, looking at Long Chen in shock. Did he really want to die? At this moment, what they saw was Long Chen taking out a golden bow and arrow, casually knocking it, pulling it into a full moon shape. It seemed like a simple action, but when everyone saw the dense Tao patterns on the dragon-enslaved bow, they were stunned when they remembered that this was what Long Chen used to defeat City Lord Dijun. As expected, Long Chen aimed the arrowhead of the dragon-enslaved arrow at the head of the statue of Dijun. His movements were extremely fast, and before anyone could react, the dragon-enslaved arrow had already shot out, turning into a ray of golden light before transforming into a mystical dragon, slamming into the head of the statue of Dijun instantly. The entire Mount Dijun shook even more violently, and countless rocks flew downwards, causing a large amount of smoke and dust. Bang! There was a loud sound. What surprised Long Chen was that he didn't expect Dijun's statue to be so hard. When he shot an arrow, the statue actually bounced off the dragon imprisonment arrow and was unharmed. There seemed to be a layer of golden light enveloping Dijun's statue. The statue was actually protected. In the blink of an eye, the dragon-enslaved arrow was back in his hands, and the statue of Dijun was completely fine. Of course, there was no sign of the god awakening. That was a statue that even City Lord Dijun didn't dare to touch. In an instant, the entire Dijun Divine City was in an uproar. Blasphemy against the gods. Damn it, damn it. You actually used such a dirty bow and arrow. What a shame. Long Chen, you have already triggered the wrath of the gods. You will definitely die. You will definitely die. They clamored like crazy, and most of them were about to go crazy. There were even some who couldn't help but pounce towards Long Chen. But now, even the 7-star reincarnation realm warriors couldn't do anything to Long Chen, and no one in the entire 72 divine cities could stop his power of time. Did you see that? The gods don't exist at all. I used a Dao weapon to hurt him, but he didn't even resist. Long Chen sneered at them. Although it wasn't a good thing to destroy other people's faith, it was mainly because their faith was too blind. After experiencing the battlefield of the gods, Long Chen didn't have a good impression of the so-called 72 ancient gods, and even to the point of extreme disgust. That was why he was so bold today. When he said that, it touched the bottom line of the warriors in the divine city. In an instant, a large number of warriors pounced towards him. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with these brainless people. To be honest, he was already sure that Dijun's statue wouldn't have any reaction. This time, it was a waste of time. As for the problem of reputation, he didn't want to care. These people were like flies, and now that they had caught Long Chen killing City Lord Dijun and made a big deal out of it, Long Chen couldn't do anything to them. As for Long Qinglan's matter, he could only think of other ways. But at this moment, something completely unexpected happened. Even Dragon Emperor Yongye didn't expect it. Suddenly, the head of Dijun's statue cracked. Then the body collapsed. Countless cracks could be seen clearly, and it was a ghastly sight, as though there were countless spider webs pouncing on him. Of course, this was just the beginning. At the next moment, the entire statue of Dijun, which was hundreds of meters tall, exploded and turned into dust. The wind blew it away, and it disappeared from the world. At that time, everyone was dumbfounded. No one could react. Even Long Chen's mind was a little blank. He knew that his arrow could not destroy Di Jun's statue. Of course, he wasn't the one who destroyed Di Jun's statue. When everyone looked up, they saw an old man floating at the head of Di Jun's statue. Most people might not know who this old man was, but he, Dragon Emperor Yongye, Blue Fire Emperor, and the others definitely knew who he was. That was the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The Eternal Dragon Emperor had destroyed Di Jun's statue. Who are you? In Di Jun Divine City, countless people trembled as they looked at this old man. That was Di Jun's statue, and he had actually destroyed it. No one dared to go up and provoke him. They believed that the gods would definitely punish him, and they also knew that they couldn't defeat someone who could destroy Di Jun's statue. Of course, there were still a few ignorant people who went up to attack the Eternal Dragon Emperor. After someone took the lead, a dozen or so people immediately followed. There were even 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm experts among them. Courting death, courting death. The people of Di Jun Divine City were going crazy. The Eternal Dragon Emperor lowered his head. When everyone approached him, he casually waved his hand, and more than 40 people instantly turned into dust. Not even a speck of dust was left. Those who were about to attack were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Some people who rushed into the air directly fell to the ground, trembling. The Eternal Dragon Emperor should be like the other 4 Dragon Emperors, searching for secrets and answers in the Deity Ocean. But now, he suddenly appeared here. Although the distance was not very far, the question was, why did he destroy Di Jun's statue? If he found something similar to what Long Qinglan had found in the Deity Ocean, then why did he kill people? In Long Chen's impression, the Eternal Dragon Emperor shouldn't kill innocent people. Even Long Chen didn't dare to kill these people. After all, it would be troublesome. Turning around, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Blue Fire Emperor, and the others were all shocked. Long Chen looked at the Eternal Dragon Emperor again. When he raised his head, Long Chen found that his pupils had disappeared, and only the whites of his eyes were visible. He looked gloomy and terrifying. At this moment, he was smiling cruelly. After a sneer, he actually turned around to leave. Immortal, stop. The Eternal Dragon Emperor instantly blocked in front of him. Now that she had revealed herself in that address, it seemed to remind some of the experts of their identities. The Eternal Dragon Emperor indeed stopped. He looked at the Eternal Dragon Emperor with those strange eyes and said, "Junior sister, don't stop me. I'm going to do something big. Get out of my way." Chapter 2260. As the crowd spread the news, they found out that these two were the first Dragon Emperor and the third Dragon Emperor of the Eternal Dragon City. They were legendary figures that many people would never have the chance to see in their entire lives. If it was any other matter, any other scene, they would probably kneel down in excitement. They were all city lords of the major divine cities, and they clearly knew that the power of any one of the 5 dragon cities was much stronger than the 72 divine descendants' ancient cities combined. Even a Dragon Emperor could sweep through the 72 divine cities. In their hearts, the Dragon Emperor was high and mighty, second only to the gods they believed in. However, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had just appeared, destroyed the Di Jun statue, and even killed close to 40 martial artists. Among them were a few other important figures in the Di Jun Immortal City. Shock, disbelief. This matter was so unexpected that everyone held their breath for a moment. Their minds went blank as they watched the confrontation between the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Eternal Dragon Emperor. When the Eternal Dragon Emperor finished his sentence, he actually bypassed the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Under his full strength, his speed was not something that the surrounding mortals could see clearly. In just an instant, the Eternal Dragon Emperor disappeared in front of their eyes. All the city lords of the 72 divine cities were still in a daze. If it was Long Chen, they would still want to exert some pressure and punish him. But the Eternal Dragon Emperor had destroyed the Emperor Jun's statue. How could they punish him? There was no way at all. Eternal life. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was also puzzled. At this time, the Blue Fire Emperor had already reached his side. He looked at the Eternal Dragon Emperor in a daze and panic. He asked in shock, "What happened to my father? How could this happen?" This was not just his own question, but everyone else's. He looks like Long Qinglan when he wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. But the goal of eternal life is the statue. Their eyes are exactly the same. The Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night seemed to have thought of something and said with absolute certainty. Yes, it was their eyes. Their pupils could not be seen, and it was as if they had gone mad. However, they did not think that they had gone mad. They should be in the Divine Sense Sea. Previously, they said that they were going to try to sneak into the Divine Sense Sea, but now they are here and have become like this. Long Chen connected the clues together. To be able to cause such an unforeseen event, it must be because they encountered something when they sneaked into the Divine Sense Sea. According to what the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had said, it was the same as Long Qinglan. Didn't that mean that Long Qinglan had also entered the Deity Ocean? This was a huge matter, and it might lead to an irreversible result. Judging from their actions just now, the Eternal Dragon Emperor didn't care about people he didn't know. As long as they tried to stop him, he would kill them without mercy. Long Chen's mind was in a mess. Now that something like this had happened, they could only rely on Yongye Dragon Emperor and the others who were on the same level as them. At this moment, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor seemed to be communicating with someone using the star talisman. Long Chen hurried forward and heard such news. The 5 Dragon Emperors who had sneaked into the Divine Sense Sea were now starting from the central region. They advanced one by one, destroying the statues of the gods they believed in. Dijun Divine City was not the first. So far, the statues of the gods in 5 or 6 divine cities had been destroyed. They were still continuing. Behind Long Chen, the city lords of Primordial Divine City, Qingshu Divine City and other cities also received the news. Their statues had been destroyed, just like Dijun Divine City. Moreover, they couldn't stop it at all. Once they did, they would die instantly. Fortunately, the strongest warriors of each divine city were gathered here. Otherwise, if they didn't know the 5 Dragon Emperors, they would have died immediately. In an instant, the entire scene was in an uproar. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor turned pale. She only regained her senses after a while and said to the Blue Fire Emperor and Long Chen, "Something must have happened to the 5 of them. They are in a state of confusion. If this goes on, they will definitely start to destroy the statues of the gods in all the divine cities. The other 9 Dragon Emperors have already been dispatched to stop them. I have to go and help them immediately. Qinghua, I will leave this place to you. Intimidate them and don't let these city lords run around. Try to explain as much as possible and scare them when necessary. This is a critical period. We can't show any mercy." The Blue Fire Emperor stared blankly in the direction that the Eternal Dragon Emperor had left in and nodded with difficulty. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor then looked at Long Chen and said, "Pay attention to your safety. After stabilizing these people, let Qinghua protect you. Be careful of the Black Hell Emperor. In addition, these 5 Dragon Emperors are likely to be like your father back then. In other words, we have misunderstood him. However, we are still confused now. I will inform you immediately if there is any news." After she finished speaking, she said to the crowd, "Everyone, something big has happened. Please don't panic and stay here and wait for instructions. I will go after the Eternal Dragon Emperor. You guys listen to the orders of the Blue Fire Emperor." After she finished speaking, she turned into a silver light and disappeared in front of the crowd. Although it wasn't a good thing that the 5 Dragon Emperors had become like this, at least Long Chen was one step closer to the truth. He was very excited. The Blue Fire Emperor was still immersed in the shock of his father's transformation. The other Dragon Emperors from the Eternal Dragon City weren't as famous as the Blue Fire Emperor. At this moment, countless people from the Dijun Divine City rushed up and started discussing with the 72 city lords. Now that the statues of their respective gods were being destroyed, there were actually 5 Dragon Emperors doing such a thing. Although there seemed to be other Dragon Emperors stopping them, they were still worried. The statues of gods were sacred things. How could they be destroyed so easily? However, the ones who were doing it were the Dragon Emperors. What exactly is going on? Why would the Eternal Dragon Emperor destroy the statues of gods and kill so many people? The people who were discussing were on the verge of crying. At this moment, everyone had long forgotten about what Long Chen had done. And the violent Blood Dragon Emperor from the Slaughter City. Our Qingshu Holy City's Qingshu Holy statue was also destroyed by him. And the Hades Dragon Emperor from the Devouring Dragon City, the Tianyun Dragon Emperor from the Fortune Dragon City, and the Boundless Dragon Emperor from the Life Dragon City. Why are they destroying the statues of gods? Are the 5 dragon cities abandoning us because we want to put Long Chen on trial? This is too much. Could it be that the status of our 72 god cities is lower than that of Long Chen in the eyes of the 5 dragon cities? Towards the end, countless people cried and shouted, causing a huge ruckus. They were incomparably indignant, and their heads were full of fog. The entire Mount Emperor June was like boiling water, and following that, more and more news came. More and more divine statues were destroyed, and there was even news of the great battle of the Dragon Emperor. Sure enough, they were fighting. No, we can't stay here. I have to go back to protect my divine city and seek justice for my ancestors. The 5 dragon cities are targeting us. We have to sever all ties with the 5 dragon cities. They were in a complete uproar. All of you stop. Seeing that his father had become like Long Qinglong, the Blue Fire Emperor was in a very bad mood. This explosive shout directly suppressed everyone's voices, and it was deafening. The green chaos fire erupted from his body and instantly surrounded everyone. In the midst of such scorching flames, many people could not withstand it. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Only then did they remember that the Green Fire Emperor, who was even stronger than City Lord Di Jun, was here in Eternal Dragon City. Before this matter is over, no one can leave here. I am responsible for your lives. Also, those statues of gods in the divine cities that have not been destroyed, hurry up and inform your people. Don't go against the Dragon Emperor, or you will definitely die. Do you understand? The Blue Fire Emperor was very irritable now. A few words directly shocked everyone, and of course, it also made everyone very unhappy. Of course, he was right. Going against the Dragon Emperor was practically courting death, so everyone began to inform him. For a moment, the entire Dragon God domain was in an uproar. The previous battle in the Eternal Dragon City had no impact on the divine cities, but this time, they were scared to death. Although they were still here, everyone was still extremely angry. They were the victims and the oppressed. Although they were weak, the god statues had a special meaning to them. This was their faith. Everyone, since there is still a lot of time, why don't you listen to a few stories from me? At this moment, Long Chen suddenly stood in front of the Blue Fire Emperor and reappeared in everyone's vision. The Blue Fire Emperor clenched his fist and snorted coldly. He released it and retreated to the side. Now that everyone's eyes were on him, there was definitely a lot of hatred. However, Long Chen was unhurried and said, "These stories, of course, start from when I borrowed the Di Jun divine boat from City Lord Di Jun." Why did I borrow the Di Jun divine boat? Of course, it is to go to the battlefield of the gods. Why did I go to the battlefield of the gods? Of course, it is to solve a mystery. That is, what kind of place is the battlefield of the gods when it is not open? And how did your City Lord Di Jun die? The last sentence attracted everyone's attention. Yes, they did not know how City Lord Di Jun died, nor did they know where Long Chen killed him. In the past, Long Chen really did not know how to prove Long Qinglong's story. However, when the 5 dragon emperors underwent such a change, it was a good opportunity for him to announce his discovery to the world. At this stage, Long Chen believed that many things would definitely happen in the future. It was necessary to give these idiots a warning. Therefore, he started from the encounter with the Immortal's corpse on the Divine Sea, and the martial god's corpse that wielded a golden halberd. Then, he went to the White Bones Divine Palace and entered the first palace, which was called the Rainbow Palace. Then, he went to the Palace of the Gods and fought with the spirit of martialism. Then, City Lord Di Jun came in. Chapter 2261. Then, he comprehended a new attack, tore apart the dragon's smelting kettle, defeated the god general, and turned the god general into ashes. Then, he said that his true body had descended. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen only hid some of the details that were related to his secrets. At first, the crowd did not want to listen to his story at this time, but later on, they were attracted by the details and listened along the way. No one interrupted him in the middle. After I left the battlefield of the gods, I went to the Eternal Dragon City with Eternal Night Dragon Emperor and told all the Dragon Emperors about what we found in the battlefield of the gods. Among them, 5 Dragon Emperors decided to personally explore the battlefield of the gods. They are the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor, and the other 2, the 5 who destroyed your statues. I can boldly tell everyone that the reason why they did that just now was because they encountered some problems in the process of sneaking into the deity sea, which disturbed their minds. This was definitely not their original intention. There must be something wrong with your battlefield of the gods. I don't know if everyone noticed the Eternal Dragon Emperor's eyes, but my father also had this state in the past. That was when he was preparing to destroy the battlefield of the gods and start a massacre. The last sentence was the most crucial one. The battlefield of the gods was a holy land in the eyes of the 72 god cities. Every time the deity sea was calm and the battlefield of the gods opened, they would go in very devoutly, so that the young warriors could bathe in the divine rain and worship their ancestors and receive their blessings. But in Long Chen's mouth, it became the god city of white bones. The 9-colored mist was spat out by a kind of worm. The divine rain actually turned into a kind of golden spider, and it had a very strong killing power. Even a god general appeared, wanting to turn City Lord Di Jun into one of the powers of his god palace and imprison him for 30,000 years. In the end, the statue turned into ashes, and the giant golden ball disappeared. So exciting. Of course, in the future, the Dragon Emperor Yongye will prove everything I said to me. Of course, you have the right to continue worshipping the battlefield of the gods. It doesn't matter if you let your descendants enter after 1,000 years. I just didn't want to tell you. Also, the truth about my father wanting to destroy the battlefield of the gods is right in front of you. As for whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. He wasn't a madman. He wanted the truth, but he was controlled by that terrifying power and destroyed. Today is just the first step. One day, a bigger truth will surface. It was as if several years had been spent waiting for this moment. He wanted to fulfill his last wish so that the world could truly understand him instead of spurning him and his son. This was his wish and desire, as well as Long Chen's pursuit and destiny. Today, he spoke without restraint. Although he knew that it wasn't easy to destroy these people's faith in their ancestors, he had already tried his best. As time passed, he believed that time would prove every word he said today. Your gods didn't punish me because they aren't here at all, or they don't care about you at all. I believe that only a few people know what's under the deity ocean. Maybe the 5 dragon emperors know, but how to make them return to normal is an unknown problem. After hearing him say so much, the crowd below was deathly silent. They couldn't even accept the destruction of Di Jun's statue, let alone accept such an unbelievable truth. Long Chen, could it be that everything you've said is a lie to wash away your father's sins? The Lord of Tai City trembled a little. In fact, everyone could tell that it was impossible to fabricate such details on the spot. Moreover, it involved the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. However, the battlefield of the gods had been a holy land since ancient times. How could they believe it? The firmest part of their hearts couldn't be shaken, so most of them were actually conflicted. Of course, after knowing what had happened, they felt a little better. However, they also panicked a little. If what Long Chen said was true, then what would happen next? For a moment, everyone was in a miserable state. Whether it's a lie or not, you should use your brains to think about it. Time will explain everything, Long Chen said. He was very calm. Some things couldn't be rushed. He just needed to plant this seed, and one day it would take root and sprout. Everyone quieted down and began to discuss in silence. As time passed, more and more statues were destroyed. For the city lords, this was something they had expected. After a few days, all the statues were gone. It wasn't that the 10 dragon emperors didn't stop them, but that once they were stopped, they fought with their lives on the line. Even 2 of them might not be able to stop one of them. In the end, the 10 dragon emperors could only give up. The Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night sent a message. Now that they have destroyed all the statues, they are moving around randomly. Blue Dragon Emperor and I will follow Eternal Night. You guys explain to the city lords and let them return to their respective cities. This was what the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night said to the Blue Fire Emperor. How is my father? The Blue Fire Emperor asked in a low voice. It's not a big problem. Don't worry, Blue Dragon Emperor and I will follow him. At least, we won't let him go to the deity ocean again, the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night said. The Blue Fire Emperor could tell that he was very angry. Obviously, his father, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, had a very deep place in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be jealous of Long Qinglan. Protect Long Chen and go back first. Eternal Dragon Emperor. We will try to bring Eternal Night back. After saying this, the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night cut off the star talisman. The Blue Fire Emperor looked at Long Chen with his eyes burning with green flames. Then, he dismissed the crowd and warned them to return to their respective cities obediently and not to cause trouble. At this time, they shouldn't move around casually. When the crowd was anxious to return to their respective cities, they quickly dispersed. With their speed, it would take some time for them to return. Now that Long Chen had planted a seed in their hearts, they would spread this seed to more people. Until the entire Dragon God domain knew the story that Long Chen told today, then Long Chen would have succeeded. He had completed the most important step in fulfilling Long Qinglan's last wish. Then, he, the Blue Fire Emperor, and dozens of Eternal Dragon City martial artists returned to Eternal Dragon City. The Blue Fire Emperor's expression was rather gloomy and irritable. The people around him didn't even dare to approach him. They were silent all the way back to Eternal Dragon City. Meanwhile, Long Chen and Li Xuanji accompanied him. It's been hard on you. Li Xuanji's heart ached for everything he had to endure. It's not hard at all. I'm afraid the real trouble hasn't come yet. I have to know who killed my father. I haven't taken revenge yet. I hope that one day, I will know who this enemy is. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said. Now was the time when the storm was brewing. He felt that day was coming. At least, the Dragon God domain was already in chaos. No one spoke along the way. As they neared the Time Sea, the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the other 4 Dragon Emperors were still wandering around the entire Dragon God domain. It was difficult to communicate with them. The Sky Dragon Emperor and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor were still following him. Now, the 5 Dragon Emperors were simply like lunatics. Everyone was getting more and more depressed. Especially the Blue Fire Emperor. As soon as he saw Long Chen, his eyes flashed with terrifying flames. If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have gone to that kind of place. Long Chen, I'm telling you, if anything happens to him, I won't let you off easy. Finally, the moment had come. The Blue Fire Emperor couldn't help but roar beside him. Indeed, Long Chen was the direct reason why the 5 of them went to the God Sea. Long Chen understood what kind of person the Blue Fire Emperor was. He definitely worshipped the Eternal Dragon Emperor. However, he was probably robbed of his limelight by Long Qinglan when he was young. Moreover, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was a strict person. To be honest, he really hoped to get the Eternal Dragon Emperor's approval and praise. This meant that in his eyes, this father's position was very important. Long Chen retorted, You have to understand that the battlefield of the deities will always be a malignant tumor. If we don't solve it, it will bring us danger one day. What I do is first for my father, and second for the future of everyone in this world. It's the same for the 5 Dragon Emperors. However, you are still thinking about who caused their current situation. What's the point? Seeing him rebuke, the Blue Fire Emperor was even more furious. He stopped in his tracks, gritted his teeth and said, Long Chen, how can you be so sure that the battlefield of the deities will bring us danger? It has existed for millions of years, so how can there be no problems? When your father appeared, there was a problem. Even if there are deities, even if they are enslaving us, so what? We are all living well, but you went against the deities, causing the world to suffer. You are seeking death, but you are implicating everyone. Do you really think that everything you have done is great? He couldn't help but step forward, his face full of anger. This was a matter of perception. Long Chen took a deep breath. He was still young, so he naturally couldn't agree with what the Blue Fire Emperor said. He calmed himself down and said word by word, I have thought it through very clearly. I want to be like my father. If we are enslaved, then I will resist and fight for freedom. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, so what? If I am like you, worried and afraid, then I will feel pity. Now that nothing has happened, it's best not to come to a conclusion. Time will prove everything. Time? Bullshit. You are the main reason why my father has become like this. You are seeking death. Don't harm others. If you are still so stubborn, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. The Blue Fire Emperor really made him angry. To be honest, Long Chen didn't really hate him. Chapter 2262. Both of them refused to give in, which gave everyone a headache. Most of those who came to Di Jun Divine City were above the 7-star reincarnation realm. They were considered the top powers of Eternal Dragon City, but none of them surpassed the Blue Fire Emperor in terms of strength and status, so no one could suppress him. Now that the Blue Fire Emperor was furious, and Long Chen refused to give in, not giving him any face, the Blue Fire Emperor was really angry. Anger burned in his heart. From the first time he saw Long Chen, he didn't like this young man's sharpness. He was even more unbearable than Long Qinglan. That was less than a year ago. To the Blue Fire Emperor, it was just a snap of a finger. At that time, in his eyes, Long Chen was his son's opponent. It was already incredible that Long Chen could defeat Long Haoge. After all, Long Haoge was much older than him. Later, he started to grow at a crazy speed, defeating Long Qingyue and even City Lord Di Jun. In the blink of an eye, he could fight against a warrior with a demigod body, and was even infinitely close to him. To Long Qinglan, this was undoubtedly a huge setback. Compared to Long Chen, he was nothing. However, as an elder, he still had his pride and dignity, especially since the Eternal Dragon Emperor had gotten into trouble because of him. When he vented his emotions, he met with Long Chen's resistance. Just as Long Chen finished his sentence, the Blue Fire Emperor couldn't hold it in anymore. From the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm onward, even between the early and late stages, the difference could be thousands of years of cultivation. Many people might never reach the late stages, directly annihilated by the 9 Palaces tribulation. And Long Chen seemed to have just reached the level of City Lord Di Jun. In everyone's eyes, Blue Fire Emperor was one of the kings of Eternal Dragon City, other than the 3 Dragon Emperors. Like Bloody Blaze, he ranked in the top 10 of his respective dragon cities. He was on the same level as Chaos Starlord and Yang Yu in Chaos Starfield. Back in Chaos Starfield, Chaos Starlord and Yang Yu were terrifying. Now Long Chen was facing a supreme expert of that level, an Emperor-class overlord of the Eternal God Realm, and a tyrannical figure below the 15 Dragon Emperor. However, he did not feel that it was very powerful. Especially after entering the late stage of the 4 Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. Bastard! The Green Fire Emperor roared and slapped the Green Fire Emperor. At that time, Li Xuanji was still next to Long Chen. Everyone was watching nervously as they argued. No one expected the Blue Fire Emperor to attack. After all, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had asked the Blue Fire Emperor to escort Long Chen back. Only Long Chen knew that the Blue Fire Emperor had wanted to attack him for a long time. For a long time, he had been a thorn in his side. During the battle between the Black Yama Beast and the Dragon Emperor, he had wanted to kill him. Of course, that had something to do with him being possessed by the Black Yama Beast. But in the end, he thought of himself as an elder and thought that he could teach Long Chen a lesson. Long Chen easily used the power of Time Stop and pulled Li Xuanji back. In the blink of an eye, they were hundreds of meters away, causing the Blue Fire Emperor's slap to miss. The Blue Fire Emperor directly tore apart the power of Time Stop. Although it was released casually, one could feel that it was a lot more powerful than City Lord Di Jun's. With just a slap, the mountains below were lifted up and turned into dust, forming a sandstorm that rolled far away. Blue Fire Emperor. Everyone hurriedly tried to stop him. Don't block me, lest you get hurt. Today, I must teach this stubborn brat who harms others and himself a lesson. I must let him know what manners are. The Blue Fire Emperor was like a beast. Of course, no one dared to get close to the chaotic green fire. Everyone couldn't help but look at Long Chen with pity in their eyes. They shouted, "Long Chen, apologize to the Blue Fire Emperor. After all, he is your uncle." Now, in the eyes of the people in Eternal Dragon City, Long Chen was the son of Long Qinglan and the grandson of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. I'm sorry, I don't have such a relationship with him. If there was such a relationship, Long Chen wouldn't admit that the Blue Fire Emperor looked at him with such eyes. Because the eyes of the Blue Fire Emperor were cruel and filled with hatred. Just like now, he didn't listen to the advice of others and continued to attack Long Chen. Even Li Xuanji couldn't stand it anymore. She seemed to have sensed what Long Chen was going to do. Without saying anything, she turned into a Een demon behind Long Chen and surged into Long Chen's body, turning into Long Chen's Een demon power. Now that Long Chen had truly reached the peak level, to be honest, he couldn't kill the Blue Fire Emperor like how he killed City Lord Di Jun. However, he could still ensure that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Sure enough, you're not afraid of death. Do you think you can even handle me? The Blue Fire Emperor snorted coldly. Now that his entire body was burning with a chaos green fire, No one dared to approach him and could only watch anxiously. In the blink of an eye, the Blue Fire Emperor actually charged towards Long Chen. Just as everyone was about to inform the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night, Long Chen interrupted them and said, "There's no need to inform them. Since the Blue Fire Emperor wants to test my strength, I'll accompany him. It's just a sparring match. There's no need to let the Dragon Emperors worry. They have more important things to do." They were afraid that the Blue Fire Emperor would be injured by Long Chen, so they were prepared to inform the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. This way, they could only give up and watch helplessly. "You're quite daring. I'll give you a chance to challenge me, then. However, I won't show you any mercy." The Blue Fire Emperor was so angry that he laughed. Now, he was truly displaying the strength of his late-stage demigod body. The heat emitted from his body formed terrifying waves that engulfed the heavens and the earth. Within a radius of 100 miles, the flowers, grass, and trees were turned into charcoal, rocks were turned into steel, and all living things were plunged into misery. Of course, he knew that Long Chen was indeed quite capable. Therefore, he didn't even warm up and immediately attacked with a killing move. He stretched out both his hands and used his index finger as a pen to rapidly describe the flame array. Every stroke was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, a huge flame array appeared in front of him. Countless flame runes transformed into divine dragons and swam within it. This was the dual power of fire and time. This was the fusion of the green hell whip of time and the chaos green fire. The green hell whip could accelerate time and cause one to age. It was said that every time one was whipped, one would age by 10 years. The Blue Fire Emperor had integrated this power of time into the chaos green fire. The power of aging and the power of fire merged together, forming a destructive power. Green Hellfire Dragon Array. With both hands turned into swords and controlling the flame array, the Blue Fire Emperor's face was cold. Without saying a word, he punched the back of the array. When his fist came into contact with the array rumbled. After a few buzzing sounds, at least a few hundred divine dragons formed from the chaos green fire roared and charged at Long Chen. Every divine dragon was like the green hell whip. They had the power of aging and at the same time, the power of the chaos green fire. The array locked onto Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was completely confined within it and couldn't resist at all. It seemed that he was in a very pitiful state under such an attack. The few Eternal Dragon City martial artists were already hesitating on whether they should take the risk to protect Long Chen. However, even at this moment, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. Instead, he was very calm. He had never been afraid of the power of time. At this moment, he pushed out his palm gently, and it was like a ripple on the surface of a lake. Both were using the power of time. The Blue Fire Emperor appeared very powerful, while Long Chen appeared mysterious and profound. Time and space reversal. After a period of trial, cultivation, and battles, Long Chen had already mastered the power of time reversal to the acme of perfection. The ripple spread out and expanded infinitely. Very soon, it completely came into contact with the opponent's green Hellfire Dragon Array. The counterattack that was originally thought to be useless had produced a terrifying effect. In terms of attainments in the Tao of Time, the Blue Fire Emperor wasn't as good as Long Chen. When the time acceleration met with the time reversal, the reverse effect was to accelerate the time reversal. This was an increase in the power of time and space reversal from Long Chen. This caused the chaos green fire to be compressed to the limit and retreated. Under the shocked eyes of the Blue Fire Emperor and the crowd, the chaos green fire was directly annihilated in front of the Blue Fire Emperor. This scene, the Blue Fire Emperor's attack, which had consumed a lot of energy, was directly annihilated as if it had been pushed by Long Chen. This was simply a humiliation and a blow to the Blue Fire Emperor. At first, the scene became quiet and silent. The Blue Fire Emperor looked at his hands in a daze. After a while, the muscles on his face twitched a little. He said, "Your attainments in the power of time are indeed very profound. If you can block this attack of mine, I, Blue Fire, will be impressed by you." He attributed this ineffective attack to the fact that he had used the power of time. When he finished his sentence, a huge amount of chaos green fire surged out of his body and rose to a height of several hundred meters. In an instant, it turned into a huge fireball that was even more dazzling than the sun. In an instant, the world that everyone could see was charred black. Roar! The Blue Fire Emperor had actually transformed into a dragon. A dragon roar sounded. His inherited divine dragon was the same as his son's. The Chaos Green Fire Dragon that was born beside the ancestral dragon Chaos Green Fire had once swallowed part of the fire seed of the Chaos Green Fire. Since young, it had been stimulated and nourished by the fire seed of the Chaos Green Fire and had grown into a terrifying ultimate divine dragon that dominated the world. A cyan flame dragon appeared, but it was even more tyrannical than the sky-profound jade flame dragon. It was countless times more majestic than the sky-profound jade flame dragon. It coiled in front of Long Chen, displaying a peerless valiance and supreme dragon might. Its eyes were like fireballs, and each cyan dragon scale had a flame. Within the flame, a small dragon was swimming and roaring. Each dragon claw was holding a green fireball that exploded with scorching energy as it looked at Long Chen. The Chaos Green Fire Dragon brought a fatal pressure to Long Chen. However, in terms of level, there would never be a divine dragon that could suppress him. This was because he was the ancestor of all dragons. When the conversation turned into the Chaos Green Fire Dragon, he didn't stand on ceremony. In front of the stunned eyes of the crowd, the ancient blood spiritual dragon was born. Blood mist filled the air. Although it didn't look as huge as the Chaos Green Fire Dragon, in terms of dragon might, life level and ferocity, it suppressed the Chaos Green Fire Dragon. Chapter 2263. The surrounding people didn't expect them to fight and even transform into dragons. For a dragon martial artist, it was basically a life-and-death battle when they transformed into dragons. However, what shocked them was that Long Chen actually managed to block an attack from his opponent's dual powers of time and Chaos Green Fire when the Blue Fire Emperor went all out. To be honest, if there were one or two martial artists in the early stages of the demigod body present, they might not be able to withstand such an attack. Even if they managed to withstand it, they wouldn't be able to do it as perfectly as Long Chen did. He just came back from the battlefield of the gods. At that time, his strength was just stronger than City Lord Di Jun's. Now, he has advanced to the next level and can actually fight against the Blue Fire Emperor. This speed of improvement is simply terrifying. Doesn't that mean that within 3 to 5 years, he will be able to reach the level of the Dragon Emperor? This was simply too terrifying. Long Chen's speed was simply unheard of. Everyone felt that it was normal for him to be able to grow rapidly in the early stages of the rebirth realm. If he was talented, it would be normal for him to progress quickly in the early stages. However, in the later stages, to others, even a little bit of progress would be the result of thousands of years of hard work. How could they be able to achieve such rapid progress like Long Chen? Hence, to them, such a monster had already shocked them to the point of suffocation. Moreover, even if they were to fight in dragon transformation, Long Chen wouldn't be at a disadvantage in front of the Blue Fire Emperor. The primordial blood spiritual dragon and the Chaos Green Fire Dragon had yet to start their battle of divine powers, but the appearance of the two great divine dragons had already caused a huge commotion. There was a divine city about 1,000 miles away, but now, the people in those divine cities could feel the commotion here. When they looked up, they could see the divine dragons fighting in the sky. Such a scene was simply a myth to most of the Nirvana realm martial artists. They watched in shock and nervousness, filled with fear and envy. Of course, they didn't know who the two divine dragons were. Only martial artists above the 6 paths of reincarnation realm would be able to guess it. The Blue Fire Emperor had already prepared beforehand. He didn't want to continue fighting with Long Chen and only wanted to use one move to determine the outcome. The move he used was naturally his best and most terrifying attack. He wasn't worried that he would accidentally kill Long Chen. If Long Chen could die so easily, he wouldn't have lived until now. The ancestor of the Chaos Green Fire Dragon had once devoured a portion of the Chaos Green Fire Seed and passed it down from generation to generation. The Chaos Green Fire Seed still existed in the body of the Chaos Green Fire Dragon. Only those at the level of the Blue Fire Emperor could use the Chaos Green Fire Seed directly in battle. The seed was the core of the Chaos Green Fire. The Chaos Green Fire that the Blue Fire Emperor used all came from the seed. Now that he was flying up and down, his abdomen suddenly swelled up and he opened his mouth to spit out. Instantly, rays of light that were 10 times as bright as the sun appeared in front of Long Chen. It was a green fireball with a diameter of tens of meters. This was the Chaos Green Fire Seed. It looked like an egg that was burning with terrifying flames. Its color was even darker, and there seemed to be millions of little dragons roaring and swimming in the Chaos Green Fire Seed. It turned out that all the Chaos Green Fire on the dragon scales of the Blue Fire Emperor were gathered here. I'm impressed that you are unharmed. The Blue Fire Emperor let out an angry dragon roar and spat out the Chaos Green Fire Seed with all his might. The Chaos Green Fire Seed streaked across the sky and blasted towards Long Chen. For a moment, it seemed as though space and time were being torn apart. In the faraway Divine City, everyone saw a green sun appearing in the sky. The rays of light were more than 10 times stronger than the real sun. Even from such a distance, there were people whose bodies were burning with flames. They were in extreme pain and didn't dare to watch anymore. Those martial artists from the Eternal Dragon City had also fled far away, afraid that they would be affected. At this instant, Long Chen, who was facing such an attack, moved. It had to be said that this was an attack that even City Lord Di Jun would never be able to unleash. It was at least several times more tyrannical and could instantly kill many experts with demigod bodies. But could it do anything to Long Chen? On his dragon claw, the massacre will, blood-colored flames, and many other things suddenly appeared. That was the ancient blood spiritual dragon's wrath. 10,000 Death Claw. It was an attack that was even more terrifying than the blood spirit thrust. Long Chen soared into the sky. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the fireball like a moth. His boldness was evident. However, what attracted the most attention was his dragon claws, which were like the claws of the god of death. That was an attack of the primordial blood spirit dragon that contained the true Tao of slaughter. Previously, the blood spirit stab was just child's play to him. The ancient blood spiritual dragon's wrath. The 4 claws extended like phantoms. Long Chen almost collided with the Chaos Green Fire Seed. The 4 claws swept past the Chaos Green Fire Seed and passed by each other. What shocked everyone was that even the Chaos Green Fire Seed couldn't really hurt him. Previously, when Long Chen attacked at such a close distance, the scorching flames almost charred his whole body. It was just that when the fire of life rushed past him, Long Chen was reborn again. Under the protection of the fire of life, his body had an unparalleled regenerative ability. He was unscathed. As for the Chaos Green Fire Seed, it was now surrounded by a blood-colored power. That was the Massacre Will and the 4 powers that were born in the ancient blood spiritual dragon's body. Under the entanglement, even the Chaos Green Fire Seed could not help but tremble and roar helplessly. Several beams of light exploded. The Chaos Green Fire Seed was shaken by the power of the Deathclaw and turned into flaming fragments. At this time, the Chaos Green Fire Dragon rushed forward and swallowed the Chaos Green Fire Seed back into its stomach. Long Chen could be considered to have perfectly neutralized this attack. The Chaos Green Fire Dragon turned back with difficulty. He had already said that he would decide the outcome with one move. Now that it was over, he naturally could not attack again. But of course, he did not expect that his true killer move, the Chaos Green Fire Seed that had helped him countless times over the years, would be so easily resolved by a junior, by Long Qinglan's son. He was a peak existence among the Emperor-class overlords, second only to the Dragon Emperor. Could it be that there was really no one in this world who could stop this terrifying genius? As for the other people in Eternal Dragon City, they were almost suffocating as they watched this moment in a daze. Long Chen first transformed into his human form. After experiencing this battle, the other party's anger should have dissipated. Perhaps he could bring a sense of intimidation and fear to the other party. The Blue Fire Emperor had to admit that perhaps after a period of time, Long Chen could really kill him. He was catching up at an absolutely terrifying speed. The surroundings were scorched black and the soil was black for thousands of miles. The Blue Fire Emperor transformed into his human form. He looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. Although both sides were not injured and the winner had not been decided, it was no longer important. This battle had already proved that from today onwards, Long Chen was a peak existence at the level of the Chaos Star Lord, Yang Yu, and Xueqi. The warriors of Eternal Dragon City were even more in awe of him. Long Qinglan probably made you prouder than him becoming the Eternal Dragon Emperor. If you have a high moral character and fight for the human race wholeheartedly, you might be able to become the new Eternal Dragon Emperor in the future. Oh, you are now considered a member of the Massacre Dragon City. You should be considered the Massacre Dragon Emperor, the Massacre Dragon Emperor that has never appeared before. The Blue Fire Emperor said this through gritted teeth. Then, without staying any longer, he turned and headed in the direction of Eternal Dragon City. As for what he said, Long Chen did not think much about it. All he wanted was to fulfill Long Qinglan's last wish, and then let the people around him live freely. If anyone wanted to destroy this peace and happiness, he would fight with his life. Long Chen, let's go. The people of Eternal Dragon City were very respectful to him. and they truly treated him as a top powerhouse. Now, Long Chen's reputation and status in the dragon god domain were no longer a problem. He could be said to be like the sun at high noon. This was especially so after he had announced the matter of the battlefield of the gods while he was in the Supreme June Divine City. Now, this story was spreading throughout the entire dragon god domain at an astonishing speed. Even though the vast majority of people still did not believe it, they had all heard of this story. As more and more people learned about this, Long Chen knew that his goal had been achieved. Soon, he returned to Eternal Dragon City. Now, there were also many people who knew about the current situation of the 5 dragon emperors. The people of the world all tensed up and waited for the results. They connected the current situation of the 5 dragon emperors with Long Qinglan's actions. Back then, Long Qinglan was so unbelievable. He actually wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. Although he did not succeed, it was unforgivable. Everyone had always held a grudge against him. But today, when the 5 dragon emperors destroyed all the god statues, they were shocked. From Long Chen's words, they were under some terrible influence and could not control themselves. If the people wanted to believe this was the truth, they had to believe that Long Qinglan did not make a mistake in the battlefield of the gods. Therefore, many people were very conflicted. The entire dragon god domain seemed to be in chaos. However, the battle between Long Chen and the Blue Fire Emperor had also spread through the nearby Divine City. The true experts all knew of the status of the Blue Fire Emperor. He was one of the 15 super strong martial artists under the Dragon Emperor, and Long Chen was actually able to fight him to a draw. This meant that this young man had already risen to become one of the most terrifying and top martial artists in the entire Dragon God domain in a short period of time. What kind of speed was that? How terrifying was that? They were now full of admiration for Long Chen's speed of growth and strength. If not for the legend of dragon martial artists saying that it was extremely difficult to become a god, and that even Long Qinglan could not do it, they would almost claim that Long Chen would definitely become a new god. With his current speed, it should not be a problem for him to become the next Long Qinglan. If he was righteous and had the resolve to lead and fight for the human race, then it might not be a problem for him to become the new Massacre Dragon Emperor, the #1 leader of the human race. As long as an expert had a good character, he would definitely be respected. Although Long Chen was young and vigorous, at least on the side of the 5 great dragon cities, he had already received the praise of many people. Life was peaceful for a few days. Chapter 2264. Originally, the 10 dragon emperors were closely following the 5 dragon emperors who had entered the deity sea. After destroying all the statues in the ancient city of gods, the 5 dragon emperors wandered around the dragon god domain, while the other 10 dragon emperors followed closely behind them. At first, the 5 dragon emperors did not care about them. After a few days, at some point, they began to evade and flee at their fastest speed. With their abilities, although the other 10 were about as strong as them, it would not be easy to stop them if they really wanted to escape. Then, the 10 dragon emperors basically lost track of them. They continued to search for a few days, but could not find the 5 dragon emperors. They also went to the deity sea, but did not find them. In this way, they could only return to their respective dragon cities and wait for new news. To be honest, Yongye Dragon Emperor had been following the Eternal Dragon Emperor for such a long time. She had tried her best, but even so, she could not wake the 5 dragon emperors. When they disappeared again, it was useless to search for them everywhere. Moreover, Yongye Dragon Emperor was worried about the Black Yama beast, so he returned to the Eternal Dragon City early. After the 5 dragon emperors disappeared, they did not come out for a period of time. For a time, it seemed like the world was at peace, but everyone was very depressed, as if a storm was coming. During this period of time, Long Chen continued to cultivate in peace. On the other side, Lingxi had also entered the final stage. She was about to merge with the core of the bright star. In this almost a year, her strength had also improved. Unfortunately, Long Chen's progress was too terrifying. In just a year, she and Li Xuanji could not catch up. The distant celestial dragon star was peaceful at this time. Divine dragons danced on the celestial dragon star. Life was very free and carefree. This place was full of laughter all day long. The night sky was full of stars, shining brightly. It was very beautiful. The thousands of miles of land on the heavenly dragon planet shone under the starlight. It was as beautiful as a dream. In a tranquil lake filled with starlight, a white-clothed girl emerged. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her starry eyes were like gems, and her red lips were delicious. Every frown and every smile was perfect. She was like a goddess under the starry sky. Lingxi came out of the lake. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind as she landed on the shore. Standing on the shore was a cold woman with a veil over her face. It was Yang Yu. Auntie Yu, you came to look for me. Lingxi swayed her alluring figure and walked in front of Yang Yu. Let's walk together. It was rare for Yang Yu to be so friendly. The two of them walked side by side. Under the starlight, they walked on a small path surrounded by flowers and trees. They were surrounded by the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was like a fairyland. The two of them chatted for a while. Then Yang Yu asked Lingxi to stop. She stood in front of Lingxi and gently reached out her hand. Her eyes were very peaceful as she stroked Lingxi's smooth belly. She said, "There is a little life here." Although Lingxi had already felt it and expected it, when she got confirmation from Yang Yu, she was very surprised. But she was also very shy. She said shyly, "Auntie Yu, is it true?" Although Yang Yu was wearing a veil, her eyes were filled with love. It was very rare. She gently stroked Lingxi's hair and head. She said, "Yes, it should be true. Don't work too hard from now on. Take good care of him and let him come to this world safely. Long Chen is quite special, so this child should be quite special too." "Okay, I'll be careful." Lingxi hurriedly nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. To be honest, she was not prepared at all. It was as if she was going to become a mother all of a sudden. That kind of feeling was very strange, but it also made her feel a heartfelt happiness. Her slender and white fingers were also placed on her lower abdomen. Her eyes flashed with the brilliance of motherly love. It was as if there was something more important in her life from today onwards. In another 1 or 2 months, after you finish fusing with the star nucleus, he should come back to pick you up. I heard that his current strength is similar to the Blue Fire Emperor. The Blue Fire Emperor is his father's sworn brother and is in the same realm as me. I can rest assured with him protecting you. It's just that this child is plagued with disasters. I have to give him a good warning when the time comes," Yang Yu said. "Auntie Yu, he knows what he's doing." Lingxi's eyes flashed with a light of happiness. They had not seen each other for a year, and there was only a little time left. During this year, Long Chen had encountered many dangers. If Lingxi had followed him to the Dragon God domain at that time, she would also have been in danger. However, under Yang Yu's protection, she was very safe. Yang Yu shook her head and said, "The world is different now. He has a lot of things to bear. However, that's how a man should be. Now, we can only wait and see how the future develops." "Okay." Lingxi nodded her head obediently. Her bright and beautiful eyes looked at Yang Yu's veil and said, "Auntie Yu, why do you have to wear a veil?" "Oh, that's because I'm too ugly," Yang Yu said nonchalantly. Of course, Lingxi did not believe it. From her figure and temperament, it could be seen that such a woman was definitely a woman of unparalleled beauty. "In any case, I don't believe it," Lingxi said with a smile. Yang Yu sighed and said, "I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, how could I have stayed by his side for so many years without him ever having feelings for me?" Lingxi was not stupid. She knew that she was talking about Long Qinglan, Long Chen's father. She said that she was his maid, but Lingxi felt that it should be more than that. She could not help but ask, "Auntie Yu, it's definitely not like what you said. Do you know who Chen's mother is?" Yang Yu was startled and said, "Only the heavens know. Perhaps he never had a mother in the first place, and was just born from a rock." "Oh." From her twinkling eyes, Lingxi could see that it might not be like what she said, but she did not ask more. The two of them continued to walk under the night sky. Just then, Yang Yu's expression suddenly changed and she said, "Go back. The 2 dragon emperors will protect you. I have something to do." After saying this, she disappeared in front of Lingxi in the blink of an eye. Someone broke in. Lingxi did not dare to delay. She followed Yang Yu's instructions and returned to the lake. In fact, she knew that the glorious Dragon Emperor and the Dark Dragon Emperor were stationed in the lake all year round to protect her in secret. Because Long Chen was their young master. Lingxi did not know what happened. She stayed in the lake and waited for time to pass. Further into the sky dragon star was the Devil Star. The Devil Star had existed since ancient times. It was the place where demons gathered. The great demons were cruel and did all kinds of evil. Throughout history, people would tremble in fear when they heard of them. On the side of the sky dragon star facing the devil star, there was a huge black whirlpool in the sky. It was like the mouth of a demon. It kept spinning and produced a terrifying suction force. Now, in the center of the black whirlpool, there was an impenetrable black fog. The black fog spread for thousands of meters. It was impossible to see through it. It was very sad, as if there were countless resentful souls crying inside. Suddenly, a black light burst out from the center and rushed out of the black fog. Then, it evolved in the air and turned into two figures. They were two young girls. The two girls looked very young. They looked exactly the same. There was not even a slight difference. However, because of their expressions, eyes and temperament, there was a very obvious difference between the two. It would make people feel that they were not even similar in appearance. These two girls were rare peerless beauties. Their black hair fluttered in the wind. They had a pair of dark red eyes. They were mysterious and tempting. It was as if there was a bloody world inside them. Among them, one of them was wearing a light pink dress with a white dress on the outside. It revealed her beautiful neck and clearly visible collarbone. The folds of her dress were like snow and the moonlight flowed down to the ground. It was more than 3 feet long, which made her gait even more graceful and gentle. Her long black hair was tied up with a hairband. There was a butterfly hairpin in her hair. A strand of hair hung down in front of her chest. She wore a thin layer of makeup, which only added to her color. Her cheeks were faintly red, which created a kind of delicate and lovely skin that was like a flower. She was like a butterfly flying in the wind, or like a clear and transparent ice and snow. The other one looked exactly like her, but her eyes were as sharp as a blade. She wore a black robe, and her seductive body was wrapped in the robe. Only her snow-white arms and calves were exposed, causing one's imagination to run wild. Unlike the pink-clothed woman beside her, she was more like a killing machine. The first thing that was released was not the beauty and temperament of a woman, but a bone-piercing killing intent. The girl in pink had a few silver bells on her hands. As her hands danced, they made a clear and crisp sound, like the clear laughter of a girl. The two of them suddenly appeared above planet Sky Dragon. Dream Mark, look. Wow, this is the world outside the Devil Planet. The girl looked at them curiously. Her dark red eyes first fell on planet Sky Dragon. They were full of curiosity, but there was also a trace of bloodlust. The girl in black was Dream Mark. She was expressionless, like a machine. She looked at planet Sky Dragon coldly and said in a hoarse voice that did not match her appearance, "The mission is important. Let's go." The girl in pink looked wronged and said, No, it's not easy for us to come out. We have to go down to this planet to play, then go to the Dragon God domain and get the 5 Dragon Balls. Dream Mark, just promise Xueqi this once." Her eyes flashed with a pitiful light, and there were sparkling tears in them. It was as if she was really going to cry. The girl in black was like a machine, and she directly went in the direction of the Eternal God domain. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.